Dimethylamine is a secondary amine that plays an important role in a wide range of chemical processes, medical developments, and industrial practices. This compound is particularly notable because it features two methyl groups that replace two of the hydrogen atoms typically bonded to a nitrogen atom. These substitutions significantly alter the physical and chemical behavior of the molecule, expanding its use across multiple disciplines. A full understanding of dimethylamine requires exploring its chemical behavior, environmental interactions, production techniques, health effects, and applications in modern industry. Amines are a class of nitrogen-based organic molecules derived from ammonia, where one or more hydrogen atoms are replaced by carbon-based groups. In the case of dimethylamine, it is considered a secondary amine, meaning that two of the hydrogen atoms attached to the nitrogen in ammonia are replaced by methyl groups. This substitution results in a structure composed of a nitrogen atom bonded to two methyl groups and one remaining hydrogen atom. The geometry of this molecule is trigonal pyramidal, with the nitrogen atom occupying the apex. The lone pair of electrons on the nitrogen contributes to the molecule's reactivity, ability to form bonds, and general chemical behavior. The replacement of two hydrogen atoms in ammonia with methyl groups brings about a number of changes in how dimethylamine behaves chemically. One of the most noticeable differences is an increase in basicity. Methyl groups tend to donate electrons toward the nitrogen atom, which raises the electron density and strengthens its ability to attract protons in chemical reactions. As a result, dimethylamine is more basic than ammonia. Another important characteristic is the presence of steric hindrance. The two methyl groups are relatively bulky, and their spatial orientation around the nitrogen atom makes it harder for other molecules to approach and react, especially in certain types of substitution reactions. In terms of hydrogen bonding, dimethylamine has only one hydrogen atom bonded to nitrogen, which limits its ability to form hydrogen bonds compared to primary amines. This has the effect of lowering the boiling and melting points and increasing the volatility of the compound. Chemically, dimethylamine is an effective base and a strong nucleophile. The lone electron pair on the nitrogen is readily available for bonding with electrophilic atoms, making it reactive in a variety of chemical environments. When introduced to an acidic medium, dimethylamine readily accepts a proton, forming a positively charged ion called dimethylammonium. This ability to undergo protonation is key to many industrial acid-base reactions. The increased electron density on the nitrogen also enhances its capacity to react with electrophilic compounds. For instance, in alkylation reactions, dimethylamine bonds with alkyl halides to form tertiary amines, which are valuable in agriculture and pharmaceuticals. In acylation reactions, it reacts with acid-derived compounds to create amides, useful in both organic chemistry and polymer development. Due to its chemical structure, dimethylamine is very soluble in water. It can form hydrogen bonds, though fewer than its simpler amine counterparts. Its boiling point is low, just above the freezing point of water, which makes it a gas at room temperature under typical atmospheric conditions. However, it is easily compressed into a liquid for storage and transport. There are several standard methods used to synthesize dimethylamine, and the method chosen usually depends on the required production volume. One of the most common techniques involves reacting methanol with ammonia in the presence of a catalyst such as zeolite or alumina. This process creates methylamine as an intermediate, which then reacts further to form dimethylamine along with water as a byproduct. Another laboratory-scale method involves reducing formaldehyde in the presence of ammonia, which also yields dimethylamine under the right conditions. The versatility of dimethylamine makes it indispensable in multiple industries. In agriculture, it is a key component in herbicides, pesticides, and fungicides. For example, one widely used herbicide is made from the dimethylamine salt of a compound designed to target broadleaf weeds, offering farmers a powerful tool for crop protection. In fungicides, dimethylamine improves the solubility and delivery of the active chemical agents, helping ensure even distribution across large planting areas. In the realm of polymer chemistry, dimethylamine contributes to the development of specialty materials such as ion exchange resins and modified polyacrylamides. These polymers are widely used in the treatment of water and in the manufacture of paper. When used in these contexts, dimethylamine influences both the structural properties of the polymer and its interaction with dissolved substances. In the pharmaceutical sector, dimethylamine is vital for the synthesis of many drugs. It acts as a precursor in the production of compounds that relieve allergies, reduce nasal congestion, and provide local anesthesia. Its role is especially prominent in nitrogen-based compounds, where its presence in drug molecules often enhances therapeutic activity. Dimethylamine also appears in compounds used to treat pain, manage high blood pressure, and address a wide variety of chronic conditions. Its reactivity makes it a flexible tool for chemists developing new therapeutic agents. Water treatment is another area where dimethylamine finds practical use. Salts derived from dimethylamine are used during the purification process, particularly in flocculation and coagulation steps. These processes help remove suspended solids from water by encouraging the particles to clump together, making them easier to filter out. The result is cleaner water suitable for industrial or municipal use. Because of its effectiveness and relative availability, dimethylamine has become a standard chemical in many large-scale water purification systems. Although dimethylamine is primarily produced in industrial settings, it also occurs naturally in small quantities. It can be detected in the environment as a result of organic decomposition, especially in marine ecosystems where plant and animal materials break down. In humans, it appears as a minor byproduct of protein metabolism, although it plays no active physiological role. In low concentrations, it is harmless, but larger doses can cause irritation or discomfort, especially when inhaled. From an environmental perspective, dimethylamine is relatively persistent. It does not degrade quickly and can linger in air, water, and soil for extended periods. This makes proper handling important, particularly in locations near bodies of water where marine organisms could be affected. Any accidental release or disposal must be managed carefully to avoid contamination. In terms of human health, dimethylamine is classified as an irritant. When inhaled in its gaseous form, it can affect the respiratory system, eyes, and skin. Exposure to high levels over long periods may result in more serious health issues, including damage to the mucous membranes. Because of these risks, workplace environments that involve handling dimethylamine must adhere to strict safety procedures. Protective equipment such as masks, gloves, and safety goggles is essential, and the area should be well ventilated to prevent gas accumulation. These measures help minimize the health hazards associated with routine handling of the compound. Looking toward the future, the role of dimethylamine may grow in both established and emerging sectors. With increased attention on sustainable practices and environmentally friendly chemistry, researchers are working to find new ways to produce dimethylamine using renewable resources rather than traditional fossil fuels. This would reduce its environmental impact and align production practices with broader global sustainability goals. At the same time, pharmaceutical science continues to explore new therapeutic avenues where nitrogen-based compounds like dimethylamine could be crucial. As new diseases emerge and treatments become more complex, the demand for versatile chemical building blocks such as dimethylamine is expected to increase. Dimethylamine is a compound of significant chemical, industrial, and environmental importance. Its molecular simplicity conceals a broad array of properties that allow it to function effectively in many settings. Whether serving as a reagent in chemical synthesis, an active agent in agricultural chemicals, a building block in polymer production, or a precursor to pharmaceuticals, its usefulness is widespread. Understanding how it behaves at the molecular level, recognizing the risks involved in its handling, and continuing to improve production and application methods will ensure that dimethylamine remains a valuable tool for science and industry. Its story is one of transformation and utility, built on the simple substitution of hydrogen atoms and extended into the complex networks of modern human enterprise.
I know they've been doing that for a few years now. I have a few friends that I've been doing WLCs with, which is watch, like, and comments on home away from YouTube, and they've been playing a lot of them. I know my nephew played one. So I don't know all about that, how long that they've been going, or how much more they've advanced since AI became more popular. So that right there is something that I don't know how well they've advanced over time. But now, after that, I'd also like to talk about cloud computing. Now, cloud-based game logic offloads heavy computations to remote servers, enabling more complex simulations without taxing local hardware. Now, that's the part that I was talking about. It's supposed to prevent taxing of local hardware. That would be your computer, and the reason how they do that is they have remote servers that are set up all around the world, and a lot of them are like based closer around the cities so that they can take on a heavier load faster. But they're basically everywhere, and what happens is your computer, while you're playing, is taking and offloading like heavy computations to these servers, and it's enabling more complex simulations, and it's doing it without taxing your computer. It's taking the stress off your computer and putting it on that one. So that's something that I did find interesting, and that's one of the things I said that could possibly be used for other things too, not just video games. That's a part of it, you know. Now you have games like Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is leveraging cloud processing for real-time weather and terrain data. So you could actually be playing Microsoft Flight Simulator, and the temperature and the conditions outside would be matching up with what it is on your game. So that could be kind of interesting, you know what I mean? So then after that, I want to talk about middleware tools. Tools like Havoc, PhysX, and Unity's DOTs streamline the development of complex game logic. These allow developers to focus on creative aspects rather than reinventing foundational systems. So you have middleware tools that are doing that. Now you have cross-platform logic. Logic is now designed to ensure consistent experiences across platforms, from PCs, on mobile, and console. And the whole thing about mobile that I'm finding about this whole AI logic thing is they're actually aiming that more towards advertisements, so that the AI can determine what's the best advertisements to flood you with on your phones. I haven't found out anything that's really more game-based about these phone apps other than that, but that seems to be where AI is going when it comes to you guys' phone apps. It's more of what's the best advertisements they can put on your games while you're playing. You know, those annoying pop-ups that pop up while you're in the middle of playing freaking Candy Crush. The AI is going to determine what's the best annoying pop-up for you when you decide to play Candy Crush. Sorry for your luck. I'm not a big phone fan, so I find it kind of humorous that they're trying to do that, you know. I say stick to the computers, play console games, but don't mess with that foolishness, that phone stuff. That's for the babies. You know, if they're under 30 years old, that's what they do. They play video games on phones. So Just my take. Now, enhanced testing and debugging. Automated tools now test game logic for bugs and inconsistencies, reducing development time and improving reliability. Simulation environments can replicate thousands of player scenarios to ensure logic robustness. That's pretty interesting. Now the impact of advancements is realism. Now players experience lifelike interaction between NPCs in realistic physics, which is going to make it more immersive, where games feel more dynamic with worlds that respond to players' actions in supposed meaningful ways. It's also supposed to impact efficiency, where developers can create more content with fewer resources, and that's thanks to procedural generation and AI-driven tools, supposedly. Now, player agent. This is the one that's kind of strange when it comes to the player agent. Advanced game logic is what this is, and it enables more meaningful choices and outcomes, enhancing narrative depth. So this would be the choose your path kind of thing that I was just talking about. So that is pretty interesting. Now, game logic has evolved from a simple if-else statements in earlier video games to complex systems powered by AI, physics engines, and procedural generation. These advancements continue to push the boundaries of what games can achieve, offering players richer and more engaging experiences. Physics engines are specialized software frameworks that simulate physical systems in real time or pre-rendering scenarios, allowing games to mimic the behavior of real-world physics. These engines are critical in creating realistic environments and interactions. This is supposed to enhance immersion and gameplay dynamics. Now, I should probably end this here because I need to quit. It's at 1 hour and 7 minutes on the recording, and by the looks of it, the stream is an hour and 12 minutes long. So I am going to go ahead and end it here. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and later on I will come back and I will talk about physics engines. I don't know if I want to continue at this moment, but I could. I'm at the point now where I probably should. I'm just really having issues right now with having to do multiple things at the same time, and I'm kind of getting off track about it. As you can tell, this video right here, or this stream right here, was streamed late. That's the way it's been for the entire week. I was really glad that I was able to get it out today, the day that I actually wanted to get it out on. Today is actually Monday, so it's technically not the first day of the week. Well, actually, it's not even the second day of the week. Sunday's the first day, so yeah, it is the second day. But that's the kind of stuff that I've been doing. Hopefully I can have another one up next week on time. but I am not going to make any promises. If I don't do more episodes, then I'll probably go ahead and just give it up on that and move on and maybe get into tech talk, so that's something else that I do on my other channel called Working with Audio and Video. That's where I get more into the computer graphics. I also have a tech talk series that I do with Mark Edworthy and Tanhai Tran over on Minds.com, and that's where we talk about technology and all of the cool stuff that's going on today. So if you guys want to, you can check us out there when that comes out. It should be coming out sometime here soon, and I will advertise it. I'm also located on Skype as well as Discord. On Discord it's Gaming with Infamous, and on Skype it's Roger_Hanson, or just Roger Hanson. You can find me on those. You can find me on X at Infamous OG 1973, or Rog LOL at Roger LOL 1973. So some shit like that. But that's where you can find me on there, and I'm always on YouTube. I'm on YouTube at Roger Hanson for this stream. I also have a gaming stream that's separate from this called Gaming with Infamous. That's a channel that I got there. Right now I'm streaming to Rumble, X, Kick, and let me see, Rumble, X, Kick, Twitch, and Beam, as well as recording it on my computer. So that is what I've got going on there. If you guys want to leave a like, subscribe, go for it. But it's like I've said in my previous episodes, I'm really big on the comments, so leave comments, give me your feedback, tell me what you think. I enjoy everybody's comments, I really do. So just remember to hit the comment section and leave a comment, talk to me. See you later. Bye. Okay, so it's time to do my audio test and get ready for the show. And before we do, I'm going to check out, make sure everything's set up and ready to go. Give Rumble time to kick in real quick.
My lighting's all over the place tonight.
Your what?
Lighting.
Oh, yeah. Actually, what?
Contrast.
There we go. Almost forgot what I used for a thumbnail on this one. I don't know why I do that. Because I have to go in on YouTube and make sure that it has the proper playlist. It sounds good on YouTube.
That's okay, I suppose.
Actually, that needs to be live stream, not.
So just copy that.
Alright, so it sounds good on YouTube. Rumble has yet to kick in yet. It's good on Rumble. I've actually been on a winning streak on D-Live. It's been working for the last three times so far.
Cool.
It sounds good on D-Live too.
Just noticed that you missed Nancy earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no clue what the heck that was about. She sent me a message in her chat and on the It sounds good on Twitch.
It's a 155.
And it sounds good on Kick as well. So we're good to go.
Cool.
Let me go ahead and put this on my. I'll just leave it on Kick so that if anybody actually does like spam me with spam messages saying they're going to give me or help me with my viewership, I'll be able to mute them immediately.
Well, we should be able to see it on the side chat.
I barely ever keep my eyes on that. I should probably start doing that. That's a good idea. I'm gonna give a last check on the chat, see if Mr. Robot actually comes in. Yeah, Nancy sent me a message in a personal message, and then on Vixen's Vault too. So I told her I was around. So if she wants to talk to me, I'm around.
That was quite a few hours ago. You only messaged half an hour ago?
Yeah.
That was 5 hours ago. She messaged.
Mm-hmm.
I only just noticed it myself, so
I just now noticed it too. So here we go. Let me go ahead and get this started before anything else happens. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event. Today we are going to be doing the 6th episode, and this is where we go even farther. We've already discussed a lot of the older stuff that I wanted to cover with like classic liberalism. We also got into the romanticism. Yeah, romanticism. We then started talking about realist, being a realist, and what that really means, and kind of dove a little bit into the Age of Enlightenment and what that also pertains to. This takes us into another area, though, that I think is pretty interesting. What I wanted to do was continue talking a little bit about the realist nationalism, start discussing that, and then after that I wanted to, well, last week we debated on it, and I decided, what the heck, let's go ahead and do this. Let's talk about ethno-nationalism as well, even though it's pretty controversial. I think me and you can get through.
I was actually a bit surprised you added that in.
Yeah, I know.
I had a feeling you would, but I was just still a little bit surprised anyway.
Well, I mean, it's like if you want to talk about that time period, you just have to talk about it. You know what I mean? Like that's something.
I'm just thinking in relation to various issues of modern issues,
right?
Issues, yeah.
Well, not just modern issues, but like back then, man, people really don't have an understanding of what was really taking place during that time period. It's like a fog, you know what I mean? The average person, when they think about World War I and then World War II, they're like, it doesn't make any sense to them, you know what I mean? So, and this stuff actually has a lot to do with that. It was what was the eventual build-up to World War I and World War II.
Yeah, as far as people who not really studied the subject are concerned, World War I just happened, just out of the blue.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, and and when you have conversations with them, they have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, you know. So whenever we were talking about that last week, I was like, I stopped for a second and I was like, you know what, actually we should probably do this, because that was one of the real reasons why I wanted to do this in the first place. You know what I'm saying? So kind of bring some of this out and make it make it part of the video stream so that people have kind of an idea of what's actually taking place and what actually took place. Because I see that a lot of it, if you really look at it, is related to the past. It's just you have to really look at it. So.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, so first I want to talk about realist nationalism. Now, before I get going, I do want to point out that realist nationalism, it can bring order and structure, but at the same time, it can also feel cold, technocratic and hollow. And that goes especially to those people who are wanting things that have deeper meaning, and back in the day when this was going on, there was also another thing that was really kicking in, and that was ancestral pride. You know what I mean? And that was through the ethno nationalist movements that was taking place. So whenever you look at realist nationalists, that's what you need to understand. Like, this was a cold technocratic system, you know what I mean, that seemed hollow to these people, and without any kind of emotional meaning to it, you know what I mean. I know for sure you know what I'm talking about, Mr.
Yeah, indeed.
Now, when realism in politics is described, it's described as feeling technocratic. Okay. Now, that means that the approach just appears cold, methodical, and it focuses primarily on like technical management rather than any human emotions. It doesn't pertain to morality. It doesn't even have any kind of visionary ideas. You know what I'm saying?
In some cases, I'm thinking about what's happening, especially UK at the moment. There is a skewed concept of morality, let's just say.
Mm-hmm. Now, see, with technocracy, that's really where we're going with this right here. You know what I mean? Now, this is governance that's governed by experts, specialists. Then in
So-called experts, not necessarily experts, but people who have been placed within that, let's say, category.
Well, administrators too. Let's not forget the administrators. Now, these people, what they do is their only concern is prioritizing data. They care about efficiency, and they want practical outcomes. They don't want ideology or populist appeal. You know what I mean? They want practical outcomes through the use of prioritizing data and efficiency, and that's all they care about. Okay.
As long as that efficiency meets their goals.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, with realism, they believe that it's realism is associated with like sober recognition of limits, and they also believe in constraints and strategic interests. But that's with a kind of like calculated detachment that's supposed to prioritize what works over what feels right. You know what I mean? Rather than what feels right, they want something that works. You know what I mean? So it's a calculated detachment from all of that touchy-feely emotional stuff. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
I would say if the touchy-feely emotional stuff can be used as a tool within that context,
Mm-hmm.
and they believe that is the most efficient method of getting them to their goals.
Well, when you talk about that, that's where it starts getting a little bit crazy. I mentioned it last night on Nancy's show. Okay. Um, now, what you just described there and what I was explaining, it goes into, well, especially with concerns to international relations. Okay. This pertains to what I'm about to say, but that's where you start developing freaking statecraft. Okay, now with statecraft, that has a complete focus on like power, security, and national interests. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
It also assumes that like states have a predictable way, based on like rational self interest and a moral considerations.
Question for you. You said national interest.
Right.
I would go further. I'm thinking of so-called states such as the European Union, um, within the jurisdictional boundary, rather than not necessarily in a national boundary.
Well, now today it would definitely expand. You know what I
Mm.
mean? And like when we start getting up to the EU and everything, I'm pretty sure that it's going to open up more. You know what I mean? But like
Mm.
back during this time period, that's what they were aiming more for is like the national interests, and it focused on power, security, and national interest, and that was all it was, and that had to do with statecraft. You know what I mean?
Even at that time, I'm thinking things like the Hungarian, Austrian
Mm-hmm. And
alliance,
yep.
or even going back further, the sort of Napoleon concept.
And see, before we did this, I was thinking about this too. Okay, now having the ideas and the thoughts and everything is one thing, but like when you start coining things, you know what I'm saying, where it's
Oh, yeah.
recognized, you know what I mean. That's where the difference is because like like whenever people talk about like national pride and everything. I'm sure that before all this started, there were a lot of people in these countries who had pride for their country and their
Yeah.
ancestral beginnings and all that stuff, but it wasn't coined yet. You know what I mean? There
Mm.
wasn't there wasn't an actual movement with it named. You know what I mean? And like at this point, that's where I think because I thought about that before we got on here, and I was like, hold on, now this would be the time period where all of this was actually becoming coined as something, and it was actually being put into action. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, between Napoleonic Wars and, well, let's say between the 18th to the 20th century, we are seeing states as we know them now being formed.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I'm thinking you're probably wanting to say the Revolutionary War to the Napoleonic Wars, and then to now.
I was thinking even earlier. I was thinking even you could even call the union between, even though that's earlier, like the union between England, Wales, and Scotland, and or Ireland at the time, Northern Ireland now.
Well,
Uh,
I'm not wanting to mention my weird channels, but I did an article too on the Order of the Golden Fleece. You know what I mean? So if you really want to go back and really look at it, you can really tie the Order of the Golden Fleece into this too.
when did modern Greece, Greece as we know it now, be? When was that formed?
Oh my goodness, dude!
I was just thinking that must, yeah.
You're talking about Athens and all of that, and
Yeah. Greece as in the jurisdiction.
the actual
No.
state.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
1830.
1830.
Yeah, Greek War of Independence from the Ottoman Empire happened between 1821 and 1829. The Greeks celebrate their Independence Day on March 25th.
Mm-hmm.
So 1830, yeah.
Now, just so we bring this up about statecraft, so I want to make this important because, or I want to finish this off saying this because it's very important. Leaving it undone is not really a good idea. Now, I was talking about statecraft and how it relates to rational self, or how it often assumes it believes in national interest and security and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
But I also wanted to point out that it behaves in predictable ways, it assumes that each state behaves in predictable ways, okay? Based on like rational self-interest. Now, they don't agree with moral considerations, even though they understand that it might be personally important. They don't like they don't believe that personal importance significantly influences large-scale political behaviors. You know what I'm saying? And that's the one thing that they have caused.
Say modern day democracy by voting once every 4 or 5 years.
Well, democracy was cool back whenever they were building constitutional governments and everything, but this is where things start taking a turn. You know what I mean? This statecraft, first of all, is not good. Technocracy isn't good either. I mean, it might sound good, but it really isn't. It doesn't really have anything to do with the individual. It has to do with the state and the state alone. Whenever we talk about bureaucracy and stuff like that, this is what we're talking about. You know what I mean? It's a statecraft bureaucracy, basically, that pertains to predictable outcomes. You know what I mean?
Mm. Mm.
And they use self-interest, rational self-interest and stuff like that. But they don't even care about like moral considerations. And this is very interesting when you look at it, because with this perspective, it can lead to like policies that are effective in like maintaining stability or avoiding unnecessary risk, but it can also appear indifferent to like people who are suffering, or injustice, or even like aspirations. You know what I mean? Like if you want to aspire a community, it doesn't really help out when your government is ran by a bureaucracy of statecraft. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So it becomes a matter of feeling cold and methodical. You know what I mean? Calculated with no. Go ahead.
I bet, and this is just a theory, this is just a hypothetical, I bet a benevolent state craft is government.
I don't think that exists.
yeah, like I said, it's a hypothetical.
Mm-hmm. Now, with statecraft, it becomes a matter of balancing costs and benefits. And also they take risk and reward into consideration. And that's without openly acknowledging like the emotional or symbolic needs of the people. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Its emphasis is on procedural competence and strategic calculations. And that's what makes realism feel technocratic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it all goes back to the fact that it feels like technocratic because decisions are justified by expertise, precedent, or necessity rather than,
Trust the experts. Yeah,
you know what I
yeah.
mean? The experts have said it is fact, you know.
Mm.
It's kind of like all the stuff that you hear whenever we're on Nancy's show and Nancy starts getting all into politics and talking crazy and stuff, you know.
It just reminds me of the what was it, Klaus Schwab's mentioned in a Davos meeting a couple of years ago, in the concept of removing democracy and having, I don't know, machine, an artificial intelligence of sorts, controlling the world, everything.
Yep.
Mm.
And now you are getting the idea of what's being said here because you mentioned Klaus and after we get through uh, ethno ethno nationalism, I want to go over some of the modern individuals in today's world who would fit into this realist category. You know what I mean? Who would be considered realist, and
Yeah.
maybe get into it. I might actually even just talk all highfalutin and say how great they are and everything, just to kind of piss people off. You know what I mean?
I think for the purpose of structure, we should talk about ethno nationalism first.
That's what I agree. Yes, I debated on that too. I was like, we should talk about ethno nationalism. You are absolutely right because like we start talking about all of these modern individuals in today's world, and it's gonna take us for
Yeah.
yeah. So now, like I said, realism does it feels technocratic because of decisions that are justified by like the experts, what sets precedent, and necessity. Um, now they don't believe in popular sentiment or moral clarity. You know what I mean? Now, a good example of that is a realist foreign policy might support maintaining ties with and I'm just going to say it like this, a morally questionable regime. Okay.
Okay.
And the only reason why they do it is because it ensures energy stability or regional balance. Okay. Now,
Hmm.
the argument would be that upsetting that balance, even for a noble cause, might bring more harm than good. You know what I mean? And that's the way they think. Now, in doing so, um, the policy might even serve national interests, but uh, it may also appear cynical or heartless to those who value principles or pragmatism. You know what I mean?
Thinking of certain situations, I suppose there's a perspective then.
Well, I mean, you get what I'm saying there, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like
And
now,
I'm thinking of a certain thing that's happening at the moment,
you,
which again we won't mention.
well, you can mention it, just don't get all rowdy and outrageous. Don't
Well,
be.
I'm thinking the Palestinian Israel
Mm,
issue, which is an issue that is complicated on both sides.
I mean, if you want to discuss it, it's cool to discuss it as long as we don't have Mr. Robot here. I think that's the only reason why he said he wanted to come in because he knew what we were about to get into. So he wanted.
But no, I think it'd be more sensible for us just to stick to principles at the moment.
Mhm. Now that that is something that is what I think is a real big issue when it comes to situations like that, because what it is we have governments who are placing the national interest above what people value, what their values are, their principles. You know what I mean?
Let's call it in this respect. Let's call it territorial principles.
It's really principles over pragmatism.
Yeah. But when it comes to the Israel-Palestine thing, it's I want to stay away from calling it national issues because that raises a whole load of that raises a can of worms in itself.
Mm-hmm. Now, technocratic realists, they also might like resist sweeping reforms or revolutionary movements. It's not because they're ideologically opposed to things like change, but it's because they calculate that they calculate sudden disruptions. You know what I mean? And they think that like sudden disruptions will lead to like unintended consequences. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and arguably, as we've seen in Iran at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Even though the creation of modern Iran in '79 was due to a revolution anyway.
Mm-hmm. I think this takes on more of a conservative a conservative realist kind of approach, because when we talk about this kind of stuff, it's more of a cautious approach. You know what I mean? And the reason why they do that is because they want to emphasize like continuity. You know what I mean? And gradual adjustments.
In certain circumstances, and I'm thinking again, modern day Iran is a cautious, or is it they would just want to keep the situation as is.
Mm-hmm. That kind of gets into something that's probably going to be a little nerve-wracking for you when I mention this, but monarchism too. Like I actually looked at Iran's government and the way that they do their dealings there, and I noticed that there's a lot of resemblance between the way they do their form of government to the way it's done in England. You know, because
I actually had a conversation with somebody not that long ago. That's both, in principle, both are based on theologic concepts.
Well, it goes even deeper than that. Like I just found out recently that it was the Crown who appointed the prime minister.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the same concept as what's his name, the leader of Iran. They do the same thing. As a matter of fact, they appoint their entire cabinet basically that's supposed to represent their version of the Senate. You know,
in Britain, every single citizen over the age of at the moment 18 has the ability to vote.
Now is that
vote counts?
Is that for both? Is that for both the lower chamber and the upper chamber?
The House of Lords, no.
Okay.
But in theory, this is an interesting one because the House of Commons, the Parliament, actually decides on legislation. The House of Lords is there to oversee the House of Commons, and in theory, they should all be experts within their selected fields.
You know what that sounds
and
like.
then the final sort of rubber stamping, as it is really these days, comes down to the monarch.
Now,
In theory, the monarch could deny legislation, but I don't think that's how has happened, or that I don't think that has happened in my lifetime.
they even in all the sources I went to, they even said the same thing. Like it's never happened since Parliament's been or gained power, I should say. But now, when you're talking about that stuff, now making decisions is one thing, but who votes people into the House of Commons? Is it
We the people.
okay?
Oh,
Now,
actually, we the people vote for ministers to stand for our constituencies.
okay.
Unlike America, we don't vote for prime ministers or presidents. We vote for parties when it comes to general elections. There is it's a interesting distinction where I always feel that Americans make a much more sort of cult of personalities over the voting, whereas we, technically speaking, only vote for parties.
You're technocrats.
Yeah.
So
Because as we saw with what was it 2 years ago, we had 4 prime ministers in a year, and we only voted for the first, or we only voted for the first party.
right.
The prime minister is just a much more of an administration role. If that makes sense.
See, the thing of it is like in a technocratic government, okay, it often favors like central planning. You have long-term analysis, institutional maintenance over public persuasion or grassroots mobilization, stuff like that. You know what I mean? So basically, what you're talking about right there is a technocratic voting system where it's
Yeah, but parties don't, as you know, in the US, parties don't look beyond 5 years these days. When it comes to, well, with maybe the exception of a few areas, but generally speaking, parties don't look beyond 5 years.
now for me though, like in democratic societies, when it comes to this kind of setup, I think that it can make realism, or technocratic governments like that appear aloof. You know what I mean, or out of touch with like popular emotions. Uh, now,
I'm not sure.
especially when it's grounded in just practical logic. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure because again, once every 4 or 5 years, people have got the ability to vote for a party. And granted, if we've got a very limited selection of parties, as has been historically 2-3 parties in the UK, that causes an issue because there isn't, especially in recent years, there isn't that much of a choice. Either you vote for blue or you vote for red, or maybe if you naive enough, vote for yellow.
All these colors.
Yeah, but same as Democrats and Republicans in US. But with what we've seen recently, we have seen new parties being created, especially in the last year or two, couple of years in fact.
Now, just so we can break this down, because I mean this is important, like the contrast with romantic and idealist approaches. Okay, right here in this conversation, this is where it becomes stark. It really is. So romanticism values passion. Okay, they value symbolic meaning, and then they also value moral righteousness. Okay, it's supposed to speak to the soul. It stirs loyalty and it fuels dreams and justice and basically just transformation. You know what I mean? Um, Now, a lot of romanticists tend to see the world in terms of potential rather than constraint. All right. So then you have that with real romanticism. Okay. Then you have the realists. Uh, by contrast, they're more interested in what can be preserved or managed. Okay. They don't ask what is ideal, but what is possible, basically. You know what I mean? They have a pragmatic mindset, and they apply it to like systemically uh, rooted kind of governance. You know what I mean? And that goes back to what I was talking about statecraft. You know, they 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 use pragmatism and they apply it to statecraft. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It,
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah.
so it kind of resembles the mindset of like an engineer who's solving a problem or a physician treating a symptom. You know what I mean? The main goal is to function and survive, and that doesn't include poetry or grandeur or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Very utilitarian concept.
Right. Exactly. So, I mean, for me, especially with you personally, I think that you're kind of like gripped in between the struggle of two ideologies, and you really, you know what I'm saying? Because like I can see that you have that romanticism in you, but at the same time, you've got that realist kind of attitude too. You know what I mean? And I'm sure that it's not just you; it's a lot of other people in England who are going through that same kind of situation. You know what I mean?
Britain. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's one reason why I think it's important to go through this stuff is because there's a lot of things that are going on today. If you just take a look at the history of things and how things have played out, you'll see that things have a tendency of repeating itself. You know what I mean?
What's the old saying? Those who don't learn from history
Are
tend to repeat. Yeah.
are doomed to repeat it.
Yeah.
Now, the technocratic realist is someone who believes in political and social decisions, or that they're someone who believes in political and social decisions. They believe that they should be guided by expert knowledge, technical data, and rational planning. Now, even though they believe in that, they claim that they also understand that power, human flaws, and real world limitations are what shape outcomes. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Now, historical figures like, I don't know if you've ever heard of them, but Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just trying to think.
Now, he embodies this blend perfectly. He transformed a small, struggling colony into like a global financial powerhouse. And he did that by relying on strict policy, technical expertise, and a clear-eyed view of human nature, basically. You know, he wasn't idealistic. He just believed in discipline, meritocracy, and smart governance. And he didn't have any illusions. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, another one that I want to bring out when it comes to realists is, and everybody hates her. It's Angela Merkel. Merkel. Okay. Now she is 100% a technocratic realist.
Hmm.
Okay. Now she a lot of people don't know this, but she was a trained scientist. Do you know that?
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but she was also shaped by. She lived on the west side of Berlin, so she was that sort of communist mindset from an early age.
Well, realist in communism slash socialism is, it's like a hand, glove fitting in your hand. You know what I mean? They kind of went together. But she was also a pragmatist. That's what a lot of people don't understand. It was all about being a pragmatist. Um, Now all she cared about was data, and she was very cautious.
Sorry, I said West Germany was communist, didn't I?
Yeah,
I meant East. Yeah, I meant East.
you're right. It was
Yeah,
east.
yeah.
You're right, because East and West. See
Mm.
how things change in your head. I mean, it was like me and you were both alive when the wall fell. You know what I mean?
Indeed. Yeah. We remember the nuclear scares of the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now her. Now the thing I did want to say about Merker is she 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 was very cautious. You know what I mean? Like if you really pay attention to what she did, she was actually really good at navigating through a lot of the messes that were going on in European politics. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the weird part is that she had control. You know what I mean? She was the one in control, but you never heard her really say much publicly. She was real quiet.
I can remember a few speeches. I can't pinpoint them, but I remember a few speeches she made.
You can't pinpoint them though. See, that's
No,
why.
I would have to do a bit of research and remind myself.
Exactly. It was insignificant. You know what I mean? It was nothing
Well,
that
it was insignificant for me being a Brit.
I'm
Well,
sure. I'm sure. I can't
sort
remember.
of insignificant, I say.
I can't remember any of her speeches. Like it was insignificant to me too. You know what I mean? I
But
wonder.
yeah, but you are even further away. You're a US citizen. You weren't affected by things like the Schengen agreement, and
She was squeaky clean, like Mr. Clean was. You know what I mean? The big old bald headed guy on the commercials. You know what I mean? She was like Mr. Clean. She's just squeaky, all quiet and shifty and stuff. So
mm,
now, after her, another guy I want to mention, and this guy nobody likes, I don't think, and that's Henry Kissinger. Okay, now he basically is a classic realist. If anybody freaking can be determined as a realist, he would be the person that you would consider as a realist. You know what I mean?
I was just thinking on in current politics, Macron.
Macron.
Uh,
So what do you consider him as being a realist for?
for very similar sort of reasons as um, the German,
Markle.
yeah, um, He is known for making sort of, well, with the odd exception, he is known for speaking on the world stage.
Now, when it comes to Kissinger, though, the reason why I said that, even though he's really a controversial person, um, with Kissinger, he was driven by like strategy, power dynamics, and the belief that like nations operate in their own self-interest, not based on morality. You know what I mean? He believed that. He believed that no matter how much people in government talks about morality, that wasn't really their true motives. You know what I mean? It was always based on their own self-interest.
Whereas, I don't know, when it comes to people like Macron and Merkel, you could say the same thing, but within the confines of the European Union. You could argue that Merkel had a lot of protectionism as when it came to Germany.
Well, see, the thing that about Kissinger that kind of bounces off of that is that like his foreign policy was always cold and calculated. You know what I mean? Now he designed it to like maintain balance rather than like win people's applauses. You know what I mean? He didn't care about freaking handshakes and claps. You know what I mean? It was cold and it was calculated. He didn't care about how many lives were lost or anything of that nature because that was just emotions. All he cared about was freaking if it worked and if it didn't work. You know what I mean? It's very cold and calculated.
Again, the handshake concept, only if it served his purposes in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Self-interest. Always self-interest. Now, I know when I tried to hold off on all the people who in today's world were about were is people that you would consider as being realists, but I couldn't hold off any longer, so I figured I would just start it. But the one that really sticks out in today's world that I believe would be a really perfect example of a as a realist would be someone like Elon Musk. Even though he's unconventional, he does fit the mold in his own way. You know what I mean?
I can sort of see it.
Because like he pushes the engineering. You know what I mean? He pushes for engineering basically. He's into driven solutions like to global challenges. He's really big into things like energy and transportation.
Yeah, but when it comes to his companies, he hasn't been overly successful when it comes to logistics.
Well, he still tries to tackle them, though. You know what I mean? He thinks of them as like challenges, and like he's obsessed with it. You know what I mean? He's also navigating through political structures like what we've been talking about here. Um, he wields a lot of influence. You know,
Well, arguably, a lot of his previous income as coal, even current income, comes from the US taxpayer. Has come from the US taxpayer.
well, look at like Doge. You know what I mean? Even with Doge, like
I
even
mean, I'm thinking even before that, I didn't. It's the Starlink and the Tesla projects were in part funded by state subsidies. US federal subsidies.
Well, even there, I mean, it's like all of these people that I mentioned. Okay, they they share like a blend of like technical thinking, um, and like realist, grounded actions. Like they don't just dream; they maneuver. You know what I mean? That makes sense.
Yes and no. I say no because again I bring go back to the logistics. Then maybe outside of the US, how popular is our Starlink and Tesla products?
Mhm. Now, the essence of like the technocratic realist is basically like high intellect. It's also sharp strategies.
Mm.
It's also like a refusal to pretend the world is anything but what it really is. You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature. And I think that's what these people really do. They don't really like have that romanticism within them where they have this desire to return the world back to the golden age that it came from. You know what I mean?
I
It's
don't
very
know. I'm thinking, would you call it romanticism or would you call it idealism? Um,
ideal.
Musk, Musk being a romantic, an
Yeah,
idealism, an idealist.
maybe an idealist. And see, that's what I was talking about. It's a technocratic idealist.
I mean, also, what was it, Mr. Robert earlier gave us that article on Zuckerberg's so-called super intelligence, or yeah. Then, would you call Zuckerberg an idealist?
Who?
Uh,
Zuckerberg?
yeah,
Well, Zuckerberg, yeah, and the thing of it is you got to understand. I don't find the term idealist as a positive term, to be honest. Like,
mm,
it's just like a romanticist. Like, at first, I thought that was a pretty cool concept until I actually read and researched it and seen what happened because of romanticism. You know what I mean?
I
I,
think I coined this quote. Oh, I think I coined this idea several years ago. But one person's utopia is another person's dystopia. Yeah, one person's idealism is another person's version of hell.
hmm
Mm.
Now, let me go back over this when it comes to statecraft, though. Like, statecraft refers to the art of governing a state or nation, especially in terms of strategic planning, diplomacy, and political leadership. Now, it encompasses all the skills and methods used by political leaders to manage internal affairs, conduct foreign policy, protect national interests, and maintain power and order. Now, while politics can be messy and reactive, statecraft, statecraft is the deliberate, calculated, and often long-term strategy behind how a country is run and how it interacts with the world. So that's basically how I
Yeah.
want to close that up because I'm uh I'm cool like that. You know what I mean? I like to have cool endings to a topic because now what I want to do is I know that you are tired, okay? But we do
I'm still okay for well,
we do
yeah,
have
for the
we
moment.
we do have to get coffee and use the bathroom. So I'm gonna mute out and I'm gonna come back real quick. But I want to start off with ethno nationalism. Okay. And this is where things start getting interesting, because we've been talking about the technocracy and we've been talking about the realists, but this is where things get down and dirty. You know what I mean?
Quite literally.
This is where Robot should be grateful he's not here, because his head would be on a chopping block right now.
Or Madame La Guillotine, yeah.
Yes, exactly. You're just grinning from cheek to cheek.
So just why don't as you sort of alluded to yourself, it's an amusing thought when you consider the robot stance.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go ahead and I'll put on a cool song for, I believe I still have a background song on here. I took a lot, background music. I'll put this on, and then I will go do a quick cigarette smoke, drink some coffee, or to get some coffee, and then come back here after I take a bath, or not bath.
Have a 3-course meal at the same time. And that's, yeah.
Exactly. After I have a cigarette and get my coffee and use the bathroom. That's what I was getting ready to say. I'll be back. But all right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man. A new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing into unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery. A mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Hardly had His Hail Highness heard the easy hedgehog when he hit the humming bee by the hunter who had horrible beetles in the human hall. I love to hear the horse's hard iron hooves go hammer, 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 hammer on the easy highway. I hit my horse hard. I'm hurrying around to hunt up hogs. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, thistle sifter.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from bow, big stones to Mayan sand. Monolith stacked like Legos blocks no grain could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Go turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Vessels of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From these to Teutonical, the causation law as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma. Their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sank screaming, but blueprints survived. Complex foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI skins the ocean, but truth's a half-dream. Green Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Teutonical, the coexistence all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes
say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, organ fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones in the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods, crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up the piston, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds. Stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset. Scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist. Cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes. Built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. Wasn't water, it was math, a codex purge. Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math, a codex purge. Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiahuanaco, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of law. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe.
years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fifth, what force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to a 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in symbol living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code, key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemic pyramid ode. The sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Money stolen, nah, that's ego talk, a weak hypothesis. Truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden wisdom, allegorical crypts, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in symbol living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code, key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens hat, but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths of metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships, gifted fire, math and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure, but the scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepe dawned when gods walked as king, left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The emerald taintless truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids home a hill, rising cold the divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, the truth's a spiral eternity script. In the language of symbolism, gods we've been missing.
Okay, we are back. If you guys enjoyed that, that was brought to you by Mr. Robot, aka Illuminati, on Rumble. You can check him out at his channel called Hacker Radio. If you guys enjoyed the music, stop by, tell him you liked it, like, subscribe, share, all that good stuff. As you can tell.
Sorry, I'm not sure, but there might have been a problem with the last track.
Oh, really?
It seemed like it looped for the first, well, as far as I can see, I haven't reviewed the actual stream, but it looped for the first couple seconds and twice, and then just cut out.
That's probably from Rumble. I've been having issues with
yeah,
Rumble's been doing some weird stuff to me here lately, so that could be an issue there.
You'd have to review the actual recording.
Well, the good thing is whenever I make the edited version of this, I cut out the music and stuff like that, so that it's not going to be in the edited version. Which, well, actually, I might actually have it in the edited version now, because I think it was this one or where it was Roger's. Live with Roger Hanson. Yeah, I think that's the one.
At least once before, maybe.
Yeah. So with that being said, let's get on to the more important stuff rather than Mr. Robot's music, because we're getting ready to get into to the bread and butter of history, what took place between the late 1800s all the way up until the end of World War II, and even beyond.
Mm.
This really ties into a lot of the issues that we have had in the past. Now, I forgot the name of, or no, actually, I've got it. I keep forgetting I have the talking points, but this has to do with a combination of ethno-nationalism and revanchism, I guess would be the way of saying it, that we discussed in the last episode. You remember that, don't you?
Yeah.
Now, revanchism is something that really stood out to me. First of all, people need to understand that with this term revanchism, which I haven't ever used until just recently, but with that kind of thinking, it often like distorts the past, and why it does that, it does it to create like a simplified version of what's right and wrong. You know what I mean? And that usually pertains to one's own group, and they always make them out to be victims, and other people are always to blame. You know what I mean? Now, this is a black-white view of the world, okay? And a lot of times it can fuel extremism. It also undermines democracy, basically. And it's been known to destabilize a lot of regions. So I wanted to bring that back up before we get into ethno-nationalism. I wanted to just do what I just did, but before we started getting into that. Now, that region up the Franco-Germanic War is what we were discussing, wasn't it, when we were having that conversation?
Yeah.
And as a result of that war, France had lost territory to Germany, and that caused what I just discussed. Is called revanchism, which created a lot of tensions between France and Germany, and this was just before World War One, and that built up, and it fueled what would eventually become World War One, basically. But there was other aspects that were involved in it, and that's where we get into ethno-nationalism, and this is the part that me and Mr. Edworthy both were kind of doubtful on getting into, weren't we, Mark?
Yeah.
Because it's very, very controversial. And I'm kind of glad Mr. Robot didn't come in, because he would start talking a bunch of crazy stuff. I have this sneaky suspicion he would, you know what I mean? But with that, you want to talk about ethno-nationalism?
You continue on interject when.
Okay. So basically, ethno-nationalism is the belief that a nation should be defined by a shared ethnic identity, meaning a common ancestry, language, culture, and sometimes even religions. It's the idea that a particular ethnic group should form its own nation state, or have dominant control over one, because that group shares like a unique, deep-rooted bond that outsiders don't share. That's the first part of it. But to ethno-nationalists, like national identity, it isn't just about shared laws or geography. It's about blood and heritage. You would find that in the Volk Society in Germany, where they believed in blood and soil. They preached it way before World War II. You know what I mean? Everybody believes that the Volk Society started in World War II, but it actually started way before that. And I believe they even still have the Volk Society today in some countries. You know, it's still practiced even today. From the last time I seen it.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of what's happening in South Africa at this present moment.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That was one thing that really stuck out to me when it came to a lot of this.
Possibly what caused serious issues in Zimbabwe.
Yeah. Well,
Mm.
I connect the things that happen in South Africa as well as what has been going on with Israel and the Palestinians as well, because it all rotates around this ethno nationalism. You know.
It, Israel Palestine is a bit more complicated because of the sort of Hamas sort of well, not just Hamas, but the theologic point on both sides.
Mhm. Well, I mean, any way you look at it, it still comes back to ethno nationalists. You know what I mean? An ethno nationalist and their national identity isn't just about shared laws or geography. You know what I mean? It's about blood and heritage. It's a divine belief.
Actually, rather than looking at it from a German point of view, Franco's Italy. Oh, sorry, Mussolini's Italy.
Mm-hmm.
Be
Yeah.
much more appropriate. Yeah.
Now, ethno-nationalism is the belief that like the nation should be defined primarily by a shared ethnic identity, like ancestry, language, culture, and often a religion. Now, you'll find that this is a conflict that happened between the realists and these ethno-nationalists. Now, ethno-nationalists is basically what uh, romanticism evolved into as time went on. Um, it was this is an example of romanticism going way over the top. You know what I mean? Crossing that line, and there was a conflict between realists and these ethno nationalists, where the realists would go out and they would insult these people's beliefs because they believed that they were superstitions. They believed that they were folklore, make believe, all that stuff. So they would openly attack their heritage, their ancestry, their their lore that gave them their national pride and stuff of that nature. Now, you had that going on with the realists that were doing that. But at the same time, you had the ethno nationalists who were telling people that if they didn't speak the same language, they needed to leave, get the hell out, speak our language or go home, kind of stuff. And that's where that terminology came from. Like we hear it in the United States all the time, and nobody even thinks about it. But
Yeah, but the US is a more interesting sort of concept because in reality, the US was created by migrants.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But see, the language thing was what it was. It's like I grew up mostly in Florida, in Georgia, and then Arizona. Okay, and like I'm fully aware of speak our language or go home. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
um, a lot of people would say that when it came to Hispanics.
So I saw a amusing post not that long ago about Americans, U.S. citizens, telling British to speak American.
I wouldn't want that to even happen. Like, can you imagine if English people actually started trying to talk like, well, you tried it a couple times. That was horrible. I'm like, oh my goodness. Now, ethno-nationalism also asserts that people who share a common ethnic heritage are entitled to their own nation state, or they should dominate the existing one. You know what I mean? Like, they should be firmly on top of it and in control. Now, that is kind of what I think of when I think of Israel, because that's how they've set their government up. You know what I mean? It's firmly on that kind of government. And like before South Africa freaking finally broke free from the apartheid, that was the way they had established their government as well. You know what I mean?
Looking at it from a much more of a European perspective, and how do I say this? About the concept of cultural integration.
Well, that wouldn't fit within the context of ethno.
Yeah. It's the opposite from what you're saying. Your concept from a European perspective, especially, remember that Britain is an island away from mainland Europe. I mean, that's what makes us somewhat unique in this situation. Whereas you had a lot of migration, a lot of wars, a lot of conquests in mainland Europe between the fall of Rome and, let's say, modern day World War II, World War One.
Near history is what I like to call it. Like, instead of ancient history, you go to like near history or Western.
Okay.
I don't know. That is kind of weird because I have a hard time with classifying that too, because like for me, a lot of this stuff really isn't history. You know what I mean? I go farther back. I think like it the Romans.
That's why I said that from the fall of Rome, from
Right.
5th century. Yeah.
Well, the Romans just barely fit into ancient history in my interpretation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's all I was saying. But that's just my personal preference. You know what I'm saying?
But my original point was that Britain has been able to defend itself because of that natural sea border.
Well, don't get me wrong, okay? This ideology of ethno-nationalism, it shaped history. It was both empowering and catastrophic. You know what I mean? It fueled a lot of independent movements on one hand, but then it also showed a violent exclusion on the other hand. You know what I mean? So you had a split between it. You can find areas where historically freaking national or ethno-national ideologies, it did empower people, but it also caused a lot of bad things to happen in Europe. You know what I mean?
Just going back to my previous point, the concept of cultural integration. I can see the issue of ghettoization.
Yeah. I personally feel though that like the whole ghettoization thing, is a direct result of ethno nationalism, because like when you take a look at the Jews before World War II, that's where they were. Well, even before that, like back in the Age of Enlightenment, and so forth, the Middle Ages, they were always herded up into ghettos. They had to live in that ghetto atmosphere, and like here in the United States, I don't want to use the N word, but they were called N Town. You know what I mean? That was where the blacks went. They lived there and they were segregated, and that's where they stayed. And they didn't try to move into a white neighborhood.
There is such a form as self-imposed ghettoization.
Well, yeah, I mean, even back when I was younger, I remember a lot of black folks saying they wouldn't want to live in a white neighborhood. You know what I mean? They didn't. They didn't like the way we lived. They didn't like the way we behaved. You know, things of that nature. So they just would rather be in a black neighborhood rather than be in a white neighborhood. Things have changed, you know, and I mean, I hope that nobody realizes that we're talking racism. This was just the way it was back then, you know.
Arguably, in Britain at this present moment, you could see a form of self-imposed ghettoization. A certain pace.
Now, with that being said about it shaping history, both empowering, you know, like independence movements and stuff, and also having catastrophic consequences. I also want to bring up particularly the late 19th and the early 20th century, okay, when ethno-nationalism actually gained prominence. That was through the rise of what's called pan-Slavic and pan-Russian ideologies. Now, have you learned much about those, Mark?
Not recently, but I'm aware of those terms.
Do you want me to read through it, or do you want to say something?
Go ahead.
Okay, now, pan-Slavism was the idea that all Slavic people should unite based on their cultural and linguistic bonds. Now, while originally imagined as a form of brotherhood, it also carried strong political undertones, especially as Slavic groups resisted the Germanic and Austrian Hungarian rule, which I find odd because the Germanic and Austrian Hungarian rule was what Germany wanted just before World War II. They wanted the reunification of the Austro-Hungarian rule. You know,
is this not also related to the Ottoman Empire?
Well, the Ottoman Empire was still intact all the way up until World War I. That's when it was finally disbanded after the war. But during World War II, I don't know exactly what the Ottoman. I don't know if they wanted to reunify the Ottoman Empire or not in the Middle East. You know what I mean? Like, I know that after World War I, when that empire was basically disbanded, the same thing was done with the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
I think after World War I, Turkey was no weak threaten, and even now Turkey's trying to become a European, or has been trying to become a European Union member for many years now. I think really, well, as we both know, World War One sort of destroyed the Ottoman Empire, and arguably, with maybe the exception of a Turkish viewpoint, and I'm talking about mainly southern Turkey here. Yeah, there was no appetite for such a concept.
It kind of makes sense to me on this too. On one thing, why Hitler had such a problem with the socialists in Russia too, because if the pan-Slavic believers and the pan-Russian believers were groups that resisted Germanic and Austrian-Hungarian rule, then that means that it had to have been going on well before the Weimar Republic. You know what I mean? So they would have definitely been an obstacle in Hitler's plans. You know what I'm saying? They would have had to have been eliminated and taken out. So I remember,
Yeah.
I remember like some of the first attacks that Hitler was involved in was sending troops out to the east to attack what he considered the communists. You know what I mean?
This is after the failure of the what was the pact with Stalin.
Well, Hitler didn't like them at all. None of them.
Yeah, but they did sign that treaty, didn't they? They signed the, what was it, the German...
No. Now, not only this do we have the pan-Slavism, okay, but
Molotov-Ribbentrop pact.
okay.
That's what I was thinking.
And what was that pact?
The Molotov-Ribbentrop pact of 1939.
You want to read it?
Really, was to say it was a treaty between Russia and Germany for the Germans not to divide Eastern Europe, for both of them to divide Eastern Europe into spheres of an influence, and effectively partitioning Poland, and not to interfere with each other.
Yeah. Now that right there is something that I do want to get into later on, but that would be more of a post World War One thing.
And obviously it failed when Germany invaded the Soviet Union in 1941. So Germany actually broke the pact treaty.
Well, there were excursions that took place even before that, back in the 30s, where during the Weimar Republic.
So I'm talking, between 1939 and 1941.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then when the actual invasion of, but like he was actually sending troops in to fight against the Slavic movements, and he was actually getting a lot of credit for it because he's getting a lot of popularity in Germany or the Weimar Republic because of that. You know, that was actually something. And then like what you were just talking about right there, that right there is something that I do want to bring up in a later episode because it's very important. The other day when I was talking to you about the bloc, Europe has this fascination with setting up blocks, and they don't understand that these East and Western blocks they don't work. You know what I mean? It's been proven historically that it fails, and I'm gonna pop that information up on one of our episodes before we finish up with the Nazis, so that
I think we'd have to go all the way back to Napoleon's failure in Russia.
Well, just on blocks, just this whole
Okay.
concept
Okay. Yeah.
of blocks. You know what I'm saying? Now, there was also Pan-Russianism. Okay. Now that was a more empirical, or that was more empirical in nature. Okay. Um, of the oddest things, it declared that Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians, they were one people, and that their natural center was Moscow. Okay.
Mm.
Now, the Russian Empire used this ideology to justify expansion and suppression of like minority cultures through policies like forced Russification. That's what they called it, forced Russification. These beliefs they didn't remain contained to like rhetoric. They also shaped foreign policy. They encouraged intervention in neighboring states, and they also played a significant role in like destabilizing the region, leading up to World War One. And this was one of the reasons why World War One happened. Okay, now as these nationalist ideologies took hold, they also fostered exclusion. There was paranoia. There was violence towards those who didn't fit the ethnic mold. That led to pogroms. Those were violent mob attacks targeting minority communities, often with explicit or implicit government support. And believe it or not, that's the tragic reality of it. You know, a lot of people, I think, have a hard time wanting to discuss what these pogroms like, because you know it's a lot easier to talk about World War One and the Holocaust and how many Jews and Gypsies died. You know what I mean? But nobody wants to talk about this stuff taking place before World War One. It's just easy to put it in a box and say Adolf Hitler did all of it. You know what I mean? But that's not how history played out. Like I would go as far as saying Adolf Hitler was the product of his environment.
Yeah.
It was bound to happen. You know what I mean? Somebody was going to come along and become Adolf Hitler. If it was him or if it was somebody else, it didn't matter. And that's what Churchill was getting at. You know, when he did his famous speech on the
The famous "We will fight them on the beaches" one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know. So in the Russian Empire, everybody always talks about the Jewish communities, and they always say that they always talk about them because they were the most frequent targets. Okay, but then nobody realizes it wasn't just the Jews, like the Roma populations, who are referred to usually as gypsies. They were also attacked. That's something else that I always like to bring up. You know what I mean? The Russian Empire and even the surrounding regions, like the Ukraine, Poland was big on it. So was Romania. All of them, they subjected Jews and Gypsies to waves of violence. You know, especially from the 1800s into the early 20th century. You know, and this involves like homes being looted, synagogues were burned, families were beaten and killed, and the messed up part about it is the state rarely intervened, and there were times where or officials did participate and even encourage the violence. You know, so this was a big deal that kept building up. Um,
And if I'm not mistaken, countries like Croatia,
hmm
Georgia, at the same time. Yeah.
Now the whole messed up part about it is like I said, mostly the Jews are always mentioned, but Roma communities faced similar um situations. Uh, but the thing of it is what happened to them was often less documented. You know what I mean? And that was because they were viewed as like cultural outsiders.
Mm.
A lot of these people considered them racially inferior and incompatible with like their nationalist visions, and of course their nationalist visions consisted of pure ethnic of a pure ethnic state. You know.
Do you remember that stream that we had? I think it was last year in relation to that mountain disaster in I can't remember which country or which province it was, but in some Asian part of Russia, the Asian continent part of Russia.
Yeah, that just happened here recently, didn't it?
That was last year.
Was it?
Yeah, that's
I was thinking about the volcano or the earthquake. Sorry about that.
no. Oh
Yeah.
no. We had a conversation, and this was gone back.
Yeah, about a
But
year.
no. This was a long time ago. This was in relation to the those deaths on that mountain, that's which was considered sacred by the locals.
Now, see now you're gonna get me all caught up in my strange and weird stuff. So
And we were talking about how the Soviets treated the
indigenous, yeah, okay.
yeah.
You were talking about the Diletnev Pass in
Yeah.
Russia. Yes, that
Mm.
was it. Yes. And yeah, the way the Russians treated their indigenous, that was after communism was firmly installed. And this goes back to the realist versus the ethno-national perspective too. You know what I mean? It's like I said, it kind of got to the point where all of this stuff got mangled into one another, and they used, like, realists eventually learned how to use romanticism as a tool. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And they started incorporating it into their forms of government, I guess you could say, so that they could learn how to control the masses more efficiently. You know, according to their ethnic backgrounds and stuff like that, and trying to get them into believing in the great state of the Soviet Union, I guess you could call it. Start preaching that utopian world that all communists look for.
Even though it's quite ironic that they still allowed the Orthodox Russian Church to exist.
Well, see, I mean, people say that now, but I remember back when I was younger, man. I remember religious groups here in the United States were just adamant about saying that the Soviet Union was closing these churches down, and that you had to donate your Bible so that they can smuggle them across the border. You know what I mean?
It's in the same principle as China allows for religious orthodoxy, as long as those religions don't criticize the state
Mhm.
and even uphold the state values, then yeah.
Well, we were talking the other day, weren't we? And then I told you I think that that's actually a strategy that some country, I believe it was, had done. Oh wait, no, Cromwell. Cromwell. Okay, when he closed the playhouses down in London.
Hmm.
You know, to me, I think that's just the basic way of strategy. China did that for the longest time. Whenever freaking they brought communism to China, they shut everything down, all of the temples, all of it. And as time went by, when they felt that it was safe to reopen these religious institutions, they allowed it. But first, they had to re-educate the population, you know, to educate them and tell them that their ways of thinking under the former regime was wrong, and that they needed to think this way instead. You know what I mean?
And hence the issues of the of Mao's cultural revolution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I mean that right there is something that, yeah, that's actually productive, man. I'm glad you contributed. That was really good of you. You British man, you. Actually, we're supposed to be having a more refined and intellectual show here, so I can't be acting crazy like that. I gotta be responsible and intellectual and say cool stuff.
Leave that one to when Mr. Robot comes on. As well.
Now, like I was saying though about like the gypsies, okay. The thing about these attacks is they often went unnamed and unacknowledged, but the patterns that of these attacks mirrored the pogroms that were taking place with the Jews, and that was both in structure and effect. Also, the displacement, the destruction, and death. You know what I mean? Like they did it exactly the same. Yet everybody talks about the pogroms, and they don't mention what had happened to groups like the Gypsies. And this goes way back before World War II. You know, everybody has to get out of that idea that this stuff was just happening in World War II. It goes all the way back even to the 1600s. You know what I mean?
Interestingly enough, the 19th century, you saw an influx of Eastern European Jews coming into the US, but you don't hear very much about Romanians entering.
Mm-hmm. That's because they were being killed off left and right. And I think they really, really enjoyed England. To be honest with you, like you hear a lot about migrations from the Eastern Europe into England, and even to this day, you can find traces of Romani people if you look hard enough. Like they're you can see them in their wagons and stuff. A lot of people don't even know what you're don't even know what they're looking at. You know what I mean? They just drive by, or they see them riding by on their wagons, and it doesn't even click into their head that these are like gypsies. You know what I mean?
After your question, how much of that percentage is are actually
You're breaking up.
Heritage. But I remember back in the 80s that there was frequently news reports about should we call them gypsies? Gypsies entering private land and being requiring police to have them forced off
Yeah.
private land.
I've actually done a whole series on the gypsies and how horrible you English people were to them. Like, you guys were just wretched and vile in the worst British way. And I, I, I think when it comes to like the way things played out with the gypsies in Europe and even in England, it shows you um, how tied down to bureaucracy and the way you guys portray freaking what's yours and what's not yours. You know what I mean? It's it's really extreme. Like,
On,
these are
on
people
the
who do,
just to play devil's advocate for a minute, you do understand the concept of private land, private ownership.
right? And these people don't want your land. They just want to camp out there for a little while and tell some stories. You know what I'm saying? Hang out and freaking tell gypsy stories and maybe show a few people a few tricks. You know, things of that nature. They're not interested in moving into your property and settling roots there. And
Mm.
I mean, they're going to be there and then they're going to move off. Heck, they might even actually do work for you for free, just because you're letting them stay on their property. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Again, I was just
I
looking at
know.
it from a different point of view.
I know. now, now the whole thing comes into the whole idea that that national identity had to be protected from internal others. That's what um, caused these pogroms. Um, so that's something that I really do believe in. Like, all of a sudden, it turned from outward, you know, about preventing all of these other people from coming into our country. It turned inward and it said, okay, you don't belong here. You need to go. You know what I mean? And that's when the pogroms started. Uh, so after that, well, with that, it basically, it, uh, it caused it to where people were being burned out of their homes and murdered. You know what I mean? That's about the best way of saying it.
Yeah.
And it eventually laid the ethno nationalism, in my opinion, and the hostility that came with it is what laid the groundwork for the genocides that happened in the 20th century, basically under the Nazi rule. Um,
Actually, I would actually. I'm thinking of the um, Japanese issue within China and other Asian countries throughout the 19th and early half of, or first half of the 20th century in this concept.
well, I don't know about Japan, but like, I know that in Germany it became state policy to do this stuff. It was actually a state policy. So I don't know for sure if Japan made it a state policy or not, but I know that it was in Germany.
I would argue, yeah, especially with the Sino-Japanese wars.
Now,
But yeah, I'm thinking of not only Japan, China, but I'm thinking of Japan and other countries around that area, Korea and stuff.
now, let me also make another distinction too. Like, pogroms were referred to when it came to Jews, but the term that was used for the Roma people was parajmos, and that's a Romani word, and that literally means the devouring. Okay, so that kind of gives you an idea of how they felt about it. It was called the devouring, and just like with the Jews, hundreds of thousands of them were deported. They're sterilized, murdered in camps, and they were also killed in mass executions. I've heard stories where freaking they would take gypsies out into the woods, have them dig a hole, and then just shoot them in the hole, and just take tractors and fill the hole, and there would be huge mounds sitting in the middle of the woods, and nobody'd even know about it, because a lot of gypsies did that. They would camp out in the woods, and they were always watchful against outsiders. So they had their system set up to where they would have guards around the camp that camped out in separate spaces, and they would watch. And then that was the reason why they did it, is because they had to keep an eye out, make sure that they weren't going to be done this way. And this was even before World War II, just to let you know. I mean, this is like that became their habit because of that,
Well, when did the NDSA or NSDAP came to power? 1920, 1921?
Yeah.
So World War One or World War Two didn't officially start until 1939, late. So yeah, you had already almost 20 years.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing of it is like after World War II, like the Jewish Holocaust, gradually it was recognized and remembered. You know what I mean? Even though it's often incomplete, or selective, basically. Like they like to use, and this goes back to what I was just saying. People are very selective about what they want to remember. They want to remember the Holocaust, World War II, but nobody wants to remember that this stuff was happening for hundreds of years before World War II ever happened. It was actually a buildup, and I personally, and I've said this before, I don't believe World War I was distinct and by itself, and it was caused by Adolf Hitler. I believe that it was actually a continuation of World War I.
Sorry, I was mistaken. The NSDAP was actually officially elected in 1933. They sort of started the influence in 1924.
Well, go ahead and read what you got there.
Well, I'm just looking at various data points.
Do you have any information to share other than that?
I would. There's actually a good book, partially fictional, but based on a lot of facts on Hitler's rise and when he went to prison in I can't remember what it's called. I had a copy of it at one point.
It's called oh my goodness, I should know this too. It's actually a famous freaking book.
He looked at his upbringing and his father's sort of civil service and these Austrian failed painter sort of, well, Austrian upbringing, and then going to Germany to become an artist.
Now, just to finish it off with the gypsies, I do want to point out um, most of the information about about the Roma and what happened um, was largely silenced. Most gypsy survivors they didn't get compensation or even acknowledgement or any justice. Like after the war, everybody was real big on compensation and recognition for what had been done with the Jews, but a large amount of these gypsies never got any kind of recognition whatsoever. When I there was the Holocaust, the Gypsy Holocaust in Turkey, which you were talking about earlier, where Turkey had literally walked gypsies to their death, man, because they were forced what they call immigration, force yeah, it was forced immigration where they were marched to their death, and I believe they were supposed to go north, and they were lined up and they were marched to their death like they did here in the United States with the Trail of Tears, you know. And to this day, Turkey still won't recognize that they did that. They said that it's not true.
Gypsies, I think you're talking about the Armenian.
Well, when you say Armenian, you're basically talking about 80% of Romanians are gypsies, dude.
Yeah.
Roma. You have the Rom, the Dom, and then the Lam. And
as once was known as Transylvania.
So when you're hearing Romania, you're really looking at like 80% of its population being gypsy, even though there's no genetic. There's really nothing genetically linking the gypsies as like an actual people. It's more linguistics and lifestyle and stuff.
Is that true when you consider going back even further, Vlad the Impaler's period?
Don't get me started on Vlad the Impaler, man. See, you're going to send me into...
When Romania was still technically was known as Transylvania.
Well, I mean, I'm like supposed to be all sophisticated and smart and everything. You want me to start talking about vampires and stuff? Is that
I wasn't. I even thought about that, actually, funny enough. No, but I was talking about really during the sort of heyday of Russian Tsardism.
Well, I actually the history of that area is very, very interesting. I actually did a little bit on that with Georgi Rakoczy and his mishap when it came to I think it was Romania, and like a lot of the stuff that happened during that time period is myth. You know what I mean? Because they had a really hard time with the environment and the climate. There was a lot of violence and warfare and things of that nature, as well as the fact that not too many people were really educated enough to write. You know what I mean? So a lot of the information coming out of Romania is after like 500 AD. You know what I mean?
Talking about later medieval, so the 15th century.
Well, 15th century. Now that would have been what, right around the time they converted to Christianity, right?
I'm not absolutely sure. No, you could be right.
Well, actually, they were one of the oldest countries in Europe to convert to Christianity.
Yeah, it doesn't actually it doesn't sound right. I would have to do the research on this, but because the majority of Europe was Christian by that period, or
Well, Santa Claus actually comes out of that too. So that's a good story for a different time. We can get into that when I get into some of the cool stuff about more older traditions. Right now, this is like political history,
Mm.
but I do get into history and stuff. And I actually wanted to go over that back whenever Jaffe was doing his Operation Secret Santa Claus. And I forgot to really pull that up and get that going. But I'd like to do that. We may have done a little bit on it, to be honest. Me and you've done quite a bit.
I think we've sort of at least spoken about it as a sort of tangent sort of thing.
Yeah. Now, the uh, other than talking about the Roma, now when it comes to like modern ethno nationalism, okay. Um, Now, a lot of people link this up with far right movements. Now, for me, when I hear the word left and I hear the word right, first thing I always say is it doesn't matter because that's all socialist. Okay, the term left and right by itself is a socialist terminology.
As I've mentioned many times, extreme far left and far right is just two sides of the same coin. It's both extreme socialism. One's national and one's more internationalism.
Now, a lot of people also like to connect far right with modern ethno nationalists too, and I don't really fall in line with that. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. It's a sort of modern day, I don't know, trope.
Yeah, and I think they want us to believe that on purpose. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you. um, Now, ethno nationalism, though often presented as a call for cultural pride and self determination, had a long history of fueling violence against those who do not conform to a dominant ethnic identity. Um, Now, that's whether it's through imperial expansion, uh, forced assimilation, pogroms, or even genocide. Now, the ideology has repeatedly been used to justify the persecution of minorities. The legacy of the pan Slavic and pan Russian ideologies and the violent acts they inspired uh, should serve as a sobering reminder that when national belonging is tied to blood, the consequences can be both intimate and catastrophic. Anything you want to say about the pogroms and the
Yeah, I think you really sort of covered my own thoughts on this. Yeah.
now they see the nation not as a civic space open to anyone who joins the culture, okay, but as a kind of extended family bond by historical lineage. Now, this belief can shape movements for independence, like the push for the Kurdish state or a Jewish homeland in Israel. Okay, it can also fuel exclusionary or even dangerous ideologies, especially when it's used to argue that outsiders threaten the purity of unity and nation. Now that's where ethno-nationalism becomes controversial because it can slip into racism, xenophobia, or policies that marginalize minorities. Ethno-nationalism isn't just a theory, it's shaping borders, stirring emotions, and let's just be honest about it, it starts fights all over, all around the world. You know what I mean? If you look at the controversies that are even going on today, you'll find that it is tied to ethno-nationalism. And I'll bring up ravenism as
Yeah, I'm also looking at this from a sort of globalization sort of the removal of or the disillusionment of traditions and cultures and ideals.
well, see, I mean, I feel that it's the fire that says, this land is ours because we are us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but land countries have been created out of what's the word I'm looking for? Invasions and can't think what the word I'm thinking.
Well, I mean, okay, let's be honest here. Like, now, is it
That's what I'm thinking.
is it actually primal? Maybe territorial? And also, it's pretty damn persuasive to people who feel threatened, marginalized, or longing for some kind of unity, don't you think?
Yeah, but if you are trying to unify a country by dissolving a existing culture and an existing nationhood.
Okay. So let's take a look at the creation of Israel. Okay. And I know. Now, it was driven by, enlarged by Jewish ethno-nationalism. You know, it had the idea that the Jewish people, with their shared religion, history, language, and suffering, deserve their own homeland.
We're talking about modern creation. They both had treaty.
Right. But they.
Rather than the 2,000-year-old sort of argument.
Well, I mean, no. Just let's look at it today with the Jewish state.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, they believe that they deserve their own homeland. Okay. Now, on the flip side, you had the Palestinian nationalism, and it basically raised a direct response. Okay, and that was rooted in identity, land, and displacement of Arab Palestinians. So you got both of these peoples who are basically practicing ethno-nationalism. Okay. And it eventually becomes a brutal emotional standoff between two peoples. And what they're doing is they're trying to claim the same space for their own identity. And it's still going on decades later. You know what I mean? I mean,
there is the theologic element into this as well. It's not to say.
But theologic is still ethno-nationalism and romanticism. You see what I mean? You still can't escape that because, like, realists don't look at your ideologies. They don't care about that. You know what I mean? The United States, the only reason why the United States even has relations with Israel is because of realist beliefs when it comes to government. They They don't care about what's right and wrong. They don't care about what's morally um, morally compromising or any of that stuff. Okay, they're worried about what works. It's a technocratic, realist point of view where it could cause more harm not to have a relationship with Israel rather than having a relationship with them. You know what I mean? So even though the people here in the United States may have problems with Israel, our government isn't going to end that relationship off of ideological beliefs. You know what I mean?
But on the other end, looking at it from a fundamentalist Shia, Hamas sort of stance, the river to the sea argument, the destruction of Israel argument.
Well, that goes back to freaking romanticism, man.
Indeed, indeed.
You see what I mean? You can't.
Yeah. So it's a um,
It's just it's there in your face. No matter how much you try, you cannot escape that. So, without getting too deep into Israel, let's talk about Yugoslavia after the Yugoslavia collapsed. Now, ethno-nationalism exploded after that. You had the Serbs, you had the Croats, you had the Bosniaks, and each group wanted to define its own space by ethnicity. And we all know what followed. You know what I mean? It was horrifying. There was ethnic cleansing, forced migrations, then there was genocides, and it's like what I was talking about. What happened to the gypsies? They found that in Yugoslavia too. They found entire freaking mounds of dead bodies where they were freaking killing them, and just piling them up and burying them in holes. Now, the thing of it was raw, unchecked ethno-nationalism, and what it did is it drove violence on a massive scale, all in the name of purity and reclaiming ancestral lands and stuff of that nature. You know what I mean? So that right there is a really, really big warning. For me and you, we're old enough to remember that. We might have been teenagers, maybe early adults. You know what I mean? But I'm sure
the collapse of the Soviet Union and the sort of power struggles afterwards.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I still remember Yugoslavia and the Kurdish and the and Serbians and all of that. You know what I mean? What is it? Serbia, Herzegovina is what it was actually referred to.
Yeah.
In politics. So now, if anybody wants to find out about that, do some research. Check it out. This is modern day genocide that people don't really hear much about, because, like, if you've heard about World War II and the genocide that took place there, and you haven't heard about what happened in Yugoslavia, then you need to check that out. You need to find out the genocide didn't end after World War II. We didn't come together, hold hands, and sing Kumbaya, things.
Yeah, but once you've had it's made me feel old now, thinking there's, 30, 40 years ago? Yeah, roughly.
It's long. It's about that.
Yeah, but it's mainly related to, it's not just an ethnic issue itself. It was a power struggle issue. It was a fall of a prominent political the fall of the Soviet Union, which created power vacuums.
Well, for me, I think that it's more than just geopolitics. It's about identity, it's about history,
Mm.
and it's also about power that's cloaked in ethnic loyalty, basically. Now, when you look at it like that, then here's a good question with you. What's your feelings on Vladimir Putin? How he's used kind of a Russian ethno-nationalist point of view to justify invading Ukraine. You know, that
Considering the percentage of individuals that Ukrainians that identify themselves as Russian, you could say it is is it a vacuum, power vacuum? A lack of identity.
well, I mean, do you think Vladimir Putin is justified by his claims? Because I mean,
In the modern context, no.
Okay.
That's it's a sort of romanticism, as you say, to go back to a sort of a sort of vision of what the Soviet Union
Or
was
Russia.
could have been. Yeah.
Well, see, I did the history on that too, and I know that the Rus, which was the actual group before they became Russian and before they migrated and Moscow became their capital, they were called the Rus. And I know that the Rus originated out of Kiev or Kiev. That was the original city where the Rus became known as the Rus, not the Russians, but the Rus. And like when you say Ukraine and you say Russian, you're saying Rus. They are all one and the same. I agree on that. Okay, but when it comes to and yeah, there are a majority of people in Ukraine that do still consider themselves Russian. You know, but when it comes to romanticism and realism, that's a tough question because I mean, yeah, I mean that's where they did get their identity as Russians. So it does create an interesting question. I mean, it's not cut and dry. It's not easy like everybody's making it out to be because I think that's really kind of the thin line. You know what I mean?
And it's worth remembering that the Soviet Union, like we were saying, only fell in 89, 90. It's still within, let's say, what we know, 3 generations later, 2 generations later.
Okay. Now,
Sorry, my point was that there are still people alive now that can remember the Soviet Union and
they're all old people though. Now you got to remember that because
we can remember the Soviet Union.
You just said you're starting to
remember Gorbachev.
Yeah, but you just said that you feel old now because freaking we were talking. Okay, just face it, dude. You know what I mean? It's like only old people know that is what I'm saying because like these young ones, they just don't really. I mean, they weren't there. You know what I mean? I remember the fall when the wall fell. You know what I mean? I remember it. I watched it on TV when it was happening.
And our parents, or your parents and my father's in their 70s?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, and they can still remember. So we're talking about what?
Did your parents still have a bunker?
No, no.
I had to ask because
I've never seen an actual um, built Anderson shelter. I know that it's still common to have Anderson shelters in the 50s,
well,
even 60s.
70-year-old men and women aren't going to tell you they've got a freaking shelter in the backyard. You know that goes against the policy, right? Like,
Yeah, but that's only what, roughly 20 odd years older than us.
well, I'm saying like these people that own these houses with these shelters in the backyard, they're not going to tell you because when the bomb drops, they don't want you come knocking, wanting in, so that they have to share their resources with you. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like the mentality they had, that you had to protect your family, put them down there, have enough food and water for them. And if somebody comes knocking at your shelter and they're begging for help, they can't get it because guess what? They didn't do what these people did. They didn't build protection against the
I
bomb.
remember a lot of Anderson shelters were made out of corrugated iron and stuff, so they would have all degraded now. And if we want to go further back, then much of the older ones are old coal sheds or basements.
Yeah, just unequipped. They really didn't know, and they still don't know what the effects of radiation is going to be. To be honest with you, like it's just theory. You know, like we could have mutated people.
Oh, we do have an idea of what, because of Japan.
Oh yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get on to India. Okay. Now,
The Indian Pakistan partition.
Now, India, believe it or not, has seen a rise in Hindu ethno-nationalism. Have you known anything about that? Especially when it comes to being part of the British Empire.
Not within recent periods. I fairly educated about the Indian Pakistan sort of partition of the 50s, 55, if I'm on the right side.
Yeah.
And just trying to think of that American film from. Hang on. But there was a issue with Hindu nationalism, but also Islamic nationalism as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, the whole thing with the Hindu ethno-nationalism, there were some political movements that argued that India should be fundamentally a Hindu nation. Now, that's even though it has like large Muslim, Christian. I believe they have Sikh there, or what do they call them? The Sikh, or the ones that carry blades in their freaking
Sikhs.
Yes, Sikhs.
Mm-hmm.
And other religious minorities. You know what I'm saying? The idea that the idea of a Hindu nation isn't really like new. Now, like during the time that you Brits,
I'm just thinking. I don't know if it's still true now, but the famous British Gurkha regiment was at least up to a certain point was mainly a Sikh regiment, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, the thing about it is like with this, it really is interesting. I checked this out because I really couldn't imagine a bunch of Indians having this kind of like Hindu ethno-nationalism. I pictured it being more of a Buddhist thing because like whenever you hear about India, the first thing comes to your mind is Buddhism. You know, at least for me. So when I heard that they had a Hindu nationalist ethno-nationalism movement, that kind of caught my mind. Now, like I said, this idea of a Hindu nation it isn't entirely new either. Now, it actually happened during the British colonial rule in
Sorry,
India.
I was what? The partition was in 1947.
The partitioning.
Pakistan, India.
Yeah. Well, that really actually caused more problems, to be honest with you. Like in my opinion, at least. Like whenever they did their split, because now it's not just Pakistan versus India. Apparently, Kashmir is involved in all of it too. So you've got this whole like split between them, and then of course China is involved when it comes to freaking Kashmir. So that's kind of interesting there. That's turned into a whole freaking mess.
Yeah.
Okay, so now during the British colonial rule, India's diverse religious and cultural makeup began to crystallize into more distinct categories, especially as census data, religious reform movements, and colonial policies emphasized differences over unity. Now, while the Indian independent movement included secular and pluralist voices like Mahatma Gandhi, Hindu nationalist ideologies like Vanayak Damodar Savarkar and later M.S. Goldwalker envisioned a very different India, one rooted explicitly in Hindu identity. You ever heard those names? Savarkar?
I'm just trying to think. Possibly.
Now, Savarkar, it was writing in the 1920s, and it coined the term Hindutva, like Hindu TVA at the end, which means Hinduness. And he argued that India should be the homeland of Hindus, where non-Hindus could live only if they accepted Hindu culture and political dominance. This was not simply a religious vision, but an ethno-national ideology. It linked Indian identity with Hindu ethnicity, culture, and history, excluding Muslims and Christians as foreign elements. Now, this shift has impacted everything from laws to citizenship to religious freedom. Again, tying national belonging to a specific ethnic religious identity. Now, what do you think about that?
What can I say?
I never could imagine anybody from India thinking like that, just to be honest with you. It just kind of blew me out of the water. I thought they were like all loving and cared about everybody.
You just making me think on that. Just look it up. A 1959 US film, Northwest Frontier.
It's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
It really is. I'm glad Mr. Robot's not here, because if he heard that stuff, he would have come unglued. How dare you call India ethno-nationalists? He just couldn't. I don't think he could have coped with that realization. I'm glad he didn't come in. He probably would have cried right here on live stream. I'd almost bet. Okay, so this is where we need to get down to the tax, the brass taxes of it all. This is something that you and a lot of people have had an issue with. Now, in countries like France, Hungary, and Italy, ethno-nationalist rhetoric is often used to resist immigration, particularly from Muslim majority countries. Now, the argument is that the true nationalist identity is under threat and that culture, language, and heritage need to be protected. Now, this can manifest into like broader control, cultural assimilation demands, or outright racism. What do you think about that?
History demonstrates this. I mean, what can I say?
Now, the thing is it's like it can take two different courses. You know what I'm saying? Because ethno-nationalism, no matter how you look at it, is pretty powerful. Okay. First of all, it taps into belonging. Okay. It also creates pride, but it also creates fear as well. You know what I mean? Now, when you look at people who feel like their identity is being diluted or erased, you know what I mean? They seem to cling harder to the tribe, basically. You know what I mean? It all
Well, what can you do? You either going to you've got two options really, haven't you? You either let said actions take place, or you try to defend yourself, or defend your identity.
See, for me personally, especially with England should really respect their own conservative values. Okay, now you guys' values are the first version of conservatism. Okay, so if you look at this as a conservative point of view, what you do is you go and you freaking get yourself some guns, you put them in your house, and you wait, okay? And you let this stuff grow up organically. Now, either these people who are coming to your country are going to help benefit your communities. You know, they're gonna be a benefit to your community, or they're gonna be a problem. If they become a problem and it becomes a point where there's going to be violence involved, then you will have the guns available for you to where you can protect your property and stuff of that nature. You know what I mean? But I don't believe as a conservative you should be out there pushing a lot of this technocratic, realist kind of
As a culture, only even though there is this Americans have this illusion that there is guns are not owned by any Briton.
Well,
Remember,
I've heard that through rumors. I've heard
remember
that.
Britain is a big agricultural country, and obviously we've got farms and farmers that require to remove pests from vermin from there. Or
Well, we're not talking about BB guns, though, Mark.
But shotguns, that sort of thing.
You don't take a shotgun after a rat, dude. Sorry, just have you ever seen the mess that causes, dude? Like now,
Yeah, but I'm talking about larger animals such as foxes and
yeah, you do have to do. I need to control myself. I was going to get a little rowdy there, and I'm trying to be intellectual, and
tigers and
smart,
stuff. Yeah.
so I need to stop that. But yeah, you're right. You're right. Now, I've heard those rumors and everything, and I was told that the king said that commoners couldn't have guns and weapons, and that even the police weren't allowed to have weapons at one time.
Yeah, as a culture, arming yourself is a bit of a
Symbolic, basically.
not symbolic. It's a sort of as a what's the word I'm looking for? Cultural sort of.
For me, what I think it is,
It's tasteful.
well, I mean, for you guys, I think it's more of a of how you want to be perceived. You know what I'm saying? It's like we have our police, and people respect the police, and we don't need guns to dictate freaking the way a police officer should be treated or how they should be behave. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but in the UK, this goes back to the Peel reforms. Police are they police by consent, which goes back to the original, like I said, the Peel reforms.
Peelites. The big dogs, the ones that actually were the movers and shakers in classical
I'm
liberalism.
talking about when was the Peel reforms? 18th, 19th century.
The Peelites actually have a lot of things in common with classical liberalism here in the United States, especially. Peel himself respected what the colonies here in the United States was doing, but he didn't agree with the revolution. You know what I mean? He didn't agree with the actual conflict.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the 1823 goals at.
Well, you know, he had his comments on the American Revolution, right? We went through that last year,
Yeah.
so we've got that covered. We are coming up to 2 hours and 49 minutes, and we have gone through all of the talking points, and we did it without any kind of outbursts. We did it sophisticated, and we didn't cause any problems.
Right. American Peel, American Revolution. That doesn't make sense. He died in 1850.
Peelites were what I remember. We actually did a whole thing on last year with Peel, I believe. Either it was Peel or wait a minute, it could have been what was his name? Yeah, we
So you're talking about 17.
wait, the Peelites maybe. You're freezing up.
He's too young. He was born in 1788.
1788.
Yeah.
Actually, the French or American Revolution was in 1776, wasn't it?
1765 to 1783, technically. So yeah, who's what? 5 years too young to even.
So maybe we were talking about Edmund Burke. No, because I'm pretty sure Edmund Burke was a conservative, wasn't he? He's the one that accidentally gave the anarchists. They're pretty much their Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah.
He did when he was younger. He wrote a thing that the anarchists eventually took to heart and thought was really great. He wasn't all that proud of it. So okay, so I believe where the Peelites came into play was when we were talking about the Whigs, and merged with they merged with the Peelites and the Radicals and created your guys' first Labor Party or the Liberal Party, the actual like Liberal Party, not like Labor.
Yeah.
So that was where it's at. I would like to dive into that later on, but we're gonna have to do something with that because we're not gonna like do it as a format like this. Like right now we're discussing Europe, and then last year we discussed England, and then the year before that it was the United States. But I'd like to do something where we can have an open conversation about all of it. You know what I mean?
Hmm. You have to share, yeah, we'll have to review notes and stuff
Mm-hmm. See
beforehand.
where we can go with it and everything.
Mm.
So it's now at 2 hours and 53 minutes. Do you want to tell everybody where they can find you?
Yeah, really, I'm on minds.com under the username Midworthy.
Okay, and you can find me at Element Matrix at Live with Roger Hanson. You can also find me on Teams at Live with Roger Hanson, and Roger's Real Time Talk Show is still on there too. Now, other than that, I do have a Discord, but that's for my gaming and for my strange and bizarre and weird stuff that I like to post up there. But you can find me at Gaming with Infamous if you want to go on there. And you can also find me at the Wonderful World of Weirdness on Discord. Now, on X, I go by Roger Hanson at ROG LOL1973, I believe. You can find me there. I usually don't go there very much, but I am on there. Besides that, I am on minds.com as Roger_Hanson. You can find me at Roger_Hanson on Kick as well as on DLive. And on Rumble, I am live with Roger Hanson. That's my channel. I'm also I'm on Rumble. I'm on the Praetorian, as well as on YouTube. I'm on the Praetorian too. So that's all of it. That's all the stuff.
As I keep on trying to push you into, you have to try and simplify all this.
Well, I've figured it out. You know what's the best thing to do? The best thing to do is just keep it categorized, because I get better statistics from the topics that we're talking about on what kind of stuff people actually enjoy and what they don't. You know what I mean? Which, don't get me wrong. I mean, it would be cool if you could do all that stuff in one stream, but I also don't get the proper analytics like I would by doing this, you know.
I mean, just all the addresses you've got, all the.
I've
yeah,
I've already ditched most of them, dude. Like,
simplify them up even further.
Like, I don't even care about X no more, to be honest with you, and I barely go on Minds. The only reason why I go on Minds is because I want to freaking see if there's anything happening in the notifications or stuff, you know. But other than that, I don't even go on there anymore. I'm more on the VoIPs. I'm on Teams. I'm on Discord and Elements with you guys more than anything else. I don't really get caught up in these in these platforms anymore. I don't go to Facebook or X or
This is why I try to stick with Minds, because just as a singular platform, um, um, just makes it a lot more easier to find.
yeah. And people don't bother you as much. You know what I'm saying? It's like when I was on Facebook, it was like everybody was always getting on there talking about how much they miss their mama. Oh, I miss my mama. She's been gone for 20 years. And I remember when her mama was alive. You know what I mean? She treated her like crap. But now, 20 years later, she misses her. You know what I mean? Stuff like that used to piss me off. And now I just let it roll off my shoulder. You know why? Because I don't have to watch that or read that stuff on Facebook every time I get up and go to my computer. It's a great life, guys. Just give it up, walk away from it, and don't be a part of it. You know?
Yeah, they will still stay in touch, grass. Again, I'm not a overly big love of social media per se. There's only a couple platforms that we'll use as a general sort of regular sort of thing, and again, I will only generally post on my own content. Will only be any content that I publish would only generally be on Minds.
Yep. So, with all that being said, I'd like to tell everybody thank you for watching. We stream on Rumble, we stream on Kick, Twitch, YouTube, and DLive. If you like what you've seen here, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give us feedback down in the comment section. Whatever, man. If you want to do it in the chat, you can do it in the chat too, but we like to talk to people in the comment section too, you know what I mean? All I ask is that you respect one another and don't get into arguments. Treat each other with respect when you're having conversations, you know what I mean? Because that's the only way you're going to actually be able to learn something in life, if you learn how to get along. So, with that being said, I'd like to say thank you for being here, Mark, and thank everybody else for being here as well. Hope you have a good day, and I'm going to end the stream. Okay, I am back. Let's see here.
Okay, I just realised after talking to Mr. Robot on the break, you were actually still broadcasting on YouTube.
Yeah, we got
Our conversation are meant to be, yeah. It's a great conversation.
Yeah, you guys gave me really great content there, and
yeah,
it was just amazingly spectacular, man. Awesome.
Again, that's professional as far as professionalism.
Well, I mean, you know, I see it like this now. Fuck YouTube. You know what I'm saying? That's
you should have given us warning.
Well, I mean, I hope that I'm right. I've got my suspicions that they've calmed down a lot on it, because I've been able to get away with a lot more on there than what I have been recently. So I may be wrong, okay, but there's a good chance I'm not on this. Maybe it looks like they've cut a lot of their bullshit out. I think somebody put the fear of God in them. to be honest
Yeah,
with you.
but still, you should have given us a warning at least.
Well, I thought you understood that when I told you that.
Yeah, but earlier you were pushing music through YouTube, and I just came back to it, and I noticed that you were
Well, that's because I wasn't screen sharing here. You would have heard the music if it was going on to YouTube. Because like
no. This break, or
Yeah.
this break just gone. It was broadcasting.
You heard the music?
What did I miss?
No, it was broadcasting our private conversation.
Okay. Well, I mean, are you afraid that you're going to go to jail?
No, but that's not the point.
Well, I mean, I just as long
You
as
nodded while you said no. Which one is it?
I mean,
No.
Are you trying to send us a message?
like, oh my goodness. Well, I mean, okay. Just so you know, like on break.
Whoa. Oh, that's me.
The way we're doing it right now on break. When you don't hear music, that means that they can hear you on YouTube.
Yeah, but that means I've got to review YouTube at the same. I'm not being broadcast. I'm not broadcasting. Hosting and reviewing the content at the same time.
You don't have to. It's all good. Okay, so Marco Polo apparently presented the 128,000 emails from the Biden laptop, which is a modern Rosetta Stone of white-collar crime under the patina of the Delaware Way. Prior to the discovery of the Rosetta Stone, a number of ancient languages were mere gibberish and harsh marks. Similarly, the emails of the Biden laptop illuminated previous convoluted webs of the people you see leading the charge for global governance. Truly,
Okay.
the emails can be considered a translation tool for open source intelligence, OSINT, gathering.
Okay, can you say that in English? Because Marco Polo died centuries ago. It was set in stone,
No.
whether that is.
This is strictly Mr. Robot's topic, but the thing I do want to point out was this was created by Marco Polo, and it was powered by Rumble, which is interesting to me. So
This is the same Marco Polo that found China in.
no. But I know you haven't like vetted this very much, Mr. Robot, but can you kind of give us a breakdown on, what this is generally about in your own words?
Sure. Well, as we know, Hunter Biden was or is a crackhead, and he basically got high one day, messed up his laptop, handed it in to some computer repair guy, and forgot about it. And the computer repair guy, being an honest guy, basically put the word out that he's got Hunter Biden's laptop, and he ended up handing it back to the feds, as I believe. It might have been the FBI. But somehow, and I don't know how this got leaked, whether the computer guy kept a copy of what was on the computer or what, or if the FBI leaked it. I doubt it. But anyway, these emails somehow got given out to certain people in the media, and this guy obviously got a copy of them. What is it, like how many emails is it? 160,000 or something?
Let's just hope it wasn't made. The technician made a copy of it, because that's extremely unethical. And as somebody who's worked in the industry,
Well, anyway,
in technical
computer guys are
support,
notoriously
yeah.
unethical. I had a friend who's a computer guy, he's told me all sorts of stories of stuff he finds on people's computers when he fixes them, including local politicians, cops, all sorts of stuff. So
I consider
anyway,
that to be very unethical.
459 documented violations of state and federal laws and regulations was found to be in these emails, including the Burisma scandal, where Hunter Biden was put on the board of foreign Ukrainian energy companies, peddling influence with his father while he was president, 10% for the big guy, all that kind of stuff. Lots of sex-related crimes, prostitution and human trafficking, consensual pornography, family sexual stuff, all sorts of stuff. I mean, the list is long. Business-related crimes with China, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Romania, Mexico, Serbia, Libya.
I would add the term alleged because none of this has been proven in court.
Now,
Well, the fact is,
let me also add something
as we've
on
said,
here.
Mark,
Right.
there's a multi-tiered justice system, and Hunter Biden, even though he was called into,
Let me
Safety
kind of
control.
calm this down before it gets started, because down at the bottom of this there's a legal disclaimer, and when it comes to this repairman, the reason why he was allowed to do that is because Biden actually abandoned this laptop, so it was abandoned property. He never went back to it. So he made the disclaimer.
It would be the ownership of the company that's repairing. Yeah.
Right. So and they make the legal disclosure down at the bottom. So
finders keepers, losers weepers.
Still, I consider it to be extremely unethical. He should have
But the child sex crimes and human trafficking is totally fine, is it?
Oh, he should have handed that over, and he shouldn't have really publicised any of the.
And then it will disappear like the Jeffrey Epstein files, or what?
Still, that's not relevant. That's still not relevant.
I don't know, man. Sometimes you got to just be your own superhero and take the law into your own hands, I believe, especially if the law is not functioning the way it should.
Now, I'm pretty sure that if we were to open some of those emails, it wouldn't be very, very good to see, because I had a Angel, or I still have him as a friend on Teams, but I had him on Skype, and he put out some pretty horrible videos that I don't even know if they're deep fakes or not, but they really shouldn't.
I've seen lots of unethical behavior by Hunter Biden before AI even came out, before this new image generation thing. So they're definitely not deep fakes as far as I can see.
Somebody who worked in the industry,
Bring up the picture where Hunter is getting massaged by all these children.
Put the stain on the industry.
No, you guys are talking about me getting in trouble with YouTube. I mean, I put that stuff up, and all of a sudden the European Union is coming after me because they put up these regulations and shit. You know.
Here lies Roger Hanson. He tried to tell the truth.
Cops knocking at the door with a SWAT team and one of those big old freaking things that knocks doors down. Those big freaking ramming.
You will not be after the EU will not be after you. After all, you're an American citizen on American territory.
Yeah, I don't trust the English freaking secret MI6. They have some.
It's just the art of the deal, Roger. This is how it's done now.
So I mean, I have seen some pretty ferocious things that they put on when it comes to like Biden himself, not his son. You know what I mean? And it's like freaking when. And
let's not forget, Hunter Biden's sister also abandoned her diary, remember? And in the diary it said she had unethical showers with her dad and all sorts of stuff like that.
Well, they've been
And then
putting a lot
at
of.
first she denied it was her diary, but then under the table she's like, "Give it back to me, it's mine."
Yeah. And then she gives all this great speech in front of freaking the world.
Yeah, Hunter Biden was
like.
like a national intelligence sieve, you know, like he was so leaky, like his iCloud got hacked multiple times. Basically everyone knew what he was doing at any given point.
Well, what do you expect from a freaking cocaine addict, dude? I mean, shit. I did cocaine
They
for
even found
years.
his cocaine in the White House, dude.
Yeah, in the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? Dude,
it was these because that was inconclusive.
well, come on, dude.
It could have been a number,
It could have been Joe
number of
Biden's.
people. It could have been janitors.
Could have been Keir Starmer's coke for all we know. I don't know.
I mean, shit. Come on, dude.
Allegedly.
Well, I
They're all
mean,
on it. We all know.
well, the thing of it
Allegedly.
is, you need to understand something about cocaine, dude. Okay, cocaine is a powerful freaking drug. It makes you do crazy shit. You know, Dave
Cocaine's a
Chappelle.
hell of a drug.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle freaking
Fuck
did an
your
episode,
cat.
and he was talking about freaking Charlie, Charlie Murphy and his dealings with what's his face, that one singer. And every time they freaking talk to the other dude, he'd say, "Man, cocaine's a powerful drug. You know, you do some crazy shit. You're sitting up there in the White House, and you know you got a room where you can go to and do all your private shit. But of course, you know you got to have cocaine when you're freaking in the bathroom. You got to have cocaine when you're freaking in the freaking Oval Office. You got to have cocaine when you're freaking getting into the limo." Dude, I mean, that's the life. You just can't freaking have it in the private areas. You gotta smoke that shit and snort that shit and do it wherever freaking you're not supposed to.
Again,
Isn't it interesting that Zelensky
that
has
was
been
good.
accused of being a cokehead, and Hunter Biden had all of his business dealings in Ukraine? So I wonder if Zelensky got his cocaine from Hunter Biden and those guys. Or like,
Well, it'd most likely
must
be
have been
the other
coming
way.
from America.
No, it'd be the other way around. Like
No,
3/4
man,
of
it comes from like. Okay,
Look,
so
look,
I've run
look.
into some of the intelligence people that smuggle the cocaine from South America, and what they do is they put it in banana ships in places like Guatemala, because the US actually owns one of the ports, or part of the ports there, and they employ their own crews, which are all like, you know, contractors, CIA type people, and they basically smuggle like kilos of cocaine in the air conditioning vents, and
Did
it goes straight to Florida.
Did you confirm that they were of U.S. national intelligence?
Oh yeah, that's been going. That's public
No,
knowledge.
did
It's
you
been going
confirm?
on since the
Did you confirm?
1950s or something.
Yeah, I didn't ask that. I asked you if you confirmed.
Oh yeah. That's what. Well, I just know it was U.S. crews. I couldn't confirm that
Okay.
it's specifically CIA. But there's been whistleblowers in the past that have confirmed it. There's been movies made about it, man. The CIA has been doing it for a long time.
Yeah,
They even say that
the
the
movies,
letters
films
CIA stands for cocaine
films
import
are not
agency.
documentaries. Films are
No.
based upon
Yeah, but it's
true
based on a
stories.
true story. What's that one called,
Elaborate
Roger?
on-
That film?
what?
Like you can actually look these people up. Was it Larry Steele? What was it?
Yeah, Still was the guy who was. You're talking about Major Still?
I'm just gonna look it up now.
Or yeah, he was a
The film is
military.
called American Made, right?
Mhm,
Have
yeah,
you seen that film?
yeah.
And
It
trying to
talks
remember
about the
who-
Iran Contra affair and
Barry Seal, that's the guy's name. Barry Seal. He
Oh,
was the
Seal.
guy that smuggled cocaine for the CIA in the 1970s.
yeah, Seal.
And he used to fly it back.
Yeah. Now, Trump offers widely false claim about job numbers released before 2024 election to defend firing of labor statistics chief.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah. Now, speaking to reporters on Friday, Donald Trump defended his decision to fire Erica McDefer, the commissioner of labor statistics, and falsely accused her of having released reports just before the 2024 elections that overstated the number of new jobs created by the Biden-Harris administration. Now, what's your take on that? Did you find anything out more about that?
I noticed this happening while it was going on. Yeah, because I'm just like, there's no way America's doing this well under Biden. He's like the most incompetent retard I've ever seen.
So he didn't falsely accuse, according to what
So they lied about the job numbers, and then
so it wasn't a false allegation. So that Guardian report is incorrect.
Well, the Guardian, you don't trust the Guardian, period.
Yeah, you because you just stated that it was a false allegation. And Mr. Roberts has stated that report it wasn't false. The actual numbers themselves were false.
Okay, but my whole point is this. Okay, now it's a good point asking if it was false or not. But first of all, was Erica McIntyre fired
due to that?
Well, about freaking time, right? Why is he keeping any Biden people still in office? Like, that's so stupid. That's how the deep state works. It's like,
what was she fired?
Yeah, she's fired now, but he hasn't put the new people in charge yet, and he hasn't done the investigation yet. So the ultimate answer is we don't know how much she's lied yet.
Okay.
So that Guardian article is incorrect on multiple.
Who's going to guard you if you don't have the Guardian?
Now, I mean, the Guardian is like something that you really don't trust. It's kind of like believing, if you do it on the flop side, it's like believing Fox. Okay, you don't want to believe Fox either. You know what I'm saying?
They're a little bit better than Fox, surely.
No. The Guardian is not a little bit better than Fox, dude. No.
Actually, the Guardian is a little bit better than Fox because they used to do good food and cookery reviews. Food reviews and cookery sort of suggestions.
Okay. I'm just getting over a cold. Don't make me do that. I'll start coughing. That English bread. So
I think they've always covered like pretty important topics. Whether they're accurate or not, I'm not sure.
Now, are you mistaken? Are you mistaken the Guardian with the Blaze though? Because the Blaze, which is an offshoot of the Guardian, it did do some pretty good topics. You know what I'm saying? But they still had their bias. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
But they're the ones that actually had the actual good content. Like it, don't take it seriously how they state it, but take what they're talking about and do your own research is what I would suggest.
Yeah, that's what you should always do. Have you ever come across ground
and get as many sources as possible?
Ground
news. As many sources.
Yeah, I highly recommend you guys start using ground.news because what they do is they analyze the news articles and tell you their bias before you read the article, so you can sort of understand what you're looking at, like what kind of bias you're looking at. It's really interesting. It'll tell you whether it's left or right or central.
Just to mention, we are not sponsored.
Yeah, we aren't sponsored. No. The only
not
ones
yet. We'd like to be sponsored. So
yeah, we want We want to be sponsored by somebody who is ethically responsible. Because I know if I don't say that, then Mark Edworthy will have a problem with me, and
Yeah.
I will have to say that we need to be sponsored by someone who is ethically responsible and willing to stand up for the law. And there you go. It's even better. Okay, so I do have ground news popped up, and it says 4 people killed in shooting at Montana bar. That's the first article. And then it says Vance hits critics of Sydney Sweeney ad campaign, and then Senate approves more than $180 billion in 2026 funding before August recess.
And you don't have it on the screen.
No. That's because I want to make sure.
My point is, you can probably look the Guardian up in there.
Well, I don't know if you, because this is actually, if you look at what's written there, it's a closing summary, and they've closed it off, so it's probably not even found.
What is the name on that article again?
Trump defends firing labor.
It's the same URL that you gave us earlier. You made the mistake of not giving us the URL of the article that that you were referring to, but you gave us a URL of this feed.
Okay, so I actually found
the actual article in there, and you can see the bias is actually center. So it's not.
Hey, what, the Guardian bias the center?
Hold up, I've got it. Give me a second. A second. I was
going to say, the Guardian being central.
There you go. Trump fires Bureau of Labor Statistics head hours after weak job reports.
Okay, I'm on it. Okay.
And it says, on August the 1st, 2025, President Donald Trump directed his team to fire Dr. Erica McIntyre, the Biden-appointed Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner, following a disappointing jobs report. Trump sought McIntyre's dismissal due to the revised July report showing only 73,000 jobs added and a combined 258,000 jobs reduction for May and June. The report revealed slower hiring in July and weaker job gains in May and June, with unemployment rate rising slightly from 4.1% to 4.2%. Trump says we need accurate jobs numbers, called the figures manipulated for political reasons, and labeled Fed Chair Jerome Powell as too late. Powell, who should be out to pasture. Okay, so the firing highlights heightened political tensions over economic data accuracy and could affect the market stability amid concerns about potential manipulation of job statistics. Now, I mean, being honest with you, that is been going on for quite a long time. Yeah. Job manipulation.
My question is, is Trump's new people going to now lie about the job numbers in his favor?
Of course. Of course. That goes
arguably, because of the tab situation, Trump's actually bringing jobs back into the US. I've mentioned this before with Nvidia and Apple. I believe that there are factories being opened up in the US due to the tab situation.
Okay.
So, which means better job figures for the US.
Now, it also says that Trump fired the person in charge of job numbers. It brings him closer to a sinister goal, and this is from the Slate. Then it says, yes, Trump firing the BLS commissioner is bad, really bad. And that was a comment, I guess.
Is that a Democrat that said that?
Probably. No, it's an article from Slate. And then the realnewsnow.com says Trump ensures economic data accuracy, orders commissioner shift. Real News Now. In the pursuit of achieving superior economic transparency and integrity, President Trump firmly announced on social media that he ordered the replacement of America McInfarter, the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Through his decision, he aims to install a greater level of trust in the handling of critical economic information being disseminated by the government. President Trump's decision driven by his fervor for economic stability. That's so full of shit, dude. I mean, reading that, you know that Real News Now is just a load of fucking bullshit. You know, they like throw freaking all these words you know that Donald Trump's not going to say. Donald Trump's not smart enough to talk like that. You know what I mean?
Well, I think it's a good thing that the media has become more diverse under Trump. Like, remember how, we mainly had just the mainstream media when he first got elected, and they were, foaming at the mouth, coming after him, demonizing him. It was just, the craziest thing I've ever seen. And at least now there's a few, podcasters are coming up a bit more.
Yeah, actually, no, I disagree with you because the argument between so-called alternative news and legacy news has been around for must be a good decade now.
Well, you know, I mean, I mentioned it on a couple of mine too. There's some of this supposed alternative media that I'm really glad is gone. You know,
I agree.
I remember, they have Real News, okay, but I remember, the original Real News where that one dude, he looked like a sweaty fucking gorilla. And he sat behind a desk and he didn't even say anything that was real. You know what I'm saying? He just made shit up and he threw it out on the freaking internet. And he had a pair of glasses and he was all sweaty and shit. And he wore a suit and you could see he was on a stage, but
Mr. Robot, we're getting your feedback again.
Yeah, your feedback's getting real bad.
Yeah, it's terrible.
What? I haven't even changed anything.
It's something to do with your static, It's
not me. It's Rumble.
No, it's not. Definitely not me.
There you go.
Yes.
Say something. Did he just mute out?
Yeah,
there you go. It just something happened.
There's a lot of Israeli shills out there in the alternative media space. They'll use a crisis to gain trust with the public, and then when the war kicks off, they'll just be supporting Israel and bombs.
And there's a lot of Palestine shills as well.
I'm not.
You are not being objective here.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying even all that when it comes to Israel and freaking shit like that. I'm talking about you got freaking these people who are religious and crazy in the head who are getting on and they'll talk a little bit of freaking Bible verse and then they'll start talking to you about how freaking the Antichrist is freaking in the basement of the White House, and freaking the demonic forces are overpowering our nation, and we need to freaking.
Hey, that's what I said.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I know.
We're one of those channels, Roger.
Is any reasonable person going to believe that?
Yeah, I mean, and
Well,
I mean that. All I'm saying is, back in like 2015, you seen this shit everywhere, dude. Everywhere. Do you remember that shit? There was freaking shit on freaking the internet that was telling you that freaking that oh hell, it's getting kind of hard to really explain. Like they would make shit up that wasn't even real. You know what I mean? Like telling you,
and you think that's all disappeared now?
it's not as bad. It's not as bad.
Yeah, depend on what you watch. Depend on what you.
what I
review.
really like is actually Musk saved us all with X, because, you know, people will post their news up on X and straight away people will either debunk them or verify it or add to it. You know, like the truth gets out so quickly now because of X, and that has been like,
Yeah, and then we are going and wait, and we'll have to wait and see if X is going to be banned in certain countries.
well, it
Well,
already has
I'm
been.
I'm gonna tell you something. This just like everybody wanted me to jump on this whole freaking Trump train and support Trump, and they got pissed off when I said freaking my point on that, and everybody got pissed off whenever I freaking said something about freaking these socialists. Like everybody's talking, like you guys even freaking say I take socialist shit just a little too far. I remember back when I first met you guys, I used to get into fights with freaking what's his name? His name started with an H in chat. Everybody gets a Hector. Yeah, Heck.
Yeah.
You know.
I think I've always been fairly objective, and
but well, I'm just saying. Everybody kept saying, "Dude, you sound like."
not everybody. And you are conflating.
I didn't think you took it too far. I just thought there was a part that wasn't being discussed, which was that socialism traditionally doesn't mean what it means now in like public discourse.
Oh, it's
because now they're more kind of referring to like control systems of communism and stuff, whereas in the past socialism was more like cooperative effort in a social situation.
And see,
there's degrees. There's always has been degrees. I mean, look at the Soviet Union. Look at NSDAP or NDSAP.
Well, see, you guys always jump to the communist shit. Like communism is just that's all.
Again, I said the NDSAP.
Well, I mean, you know, but it's true though. People do when you say socialism, they think you're talking about China and Russia or the Soviet Union.
It's in fact a Jewish invention, communism.
Well, I mean, socialism is socialism. Okay, it's like it's saturated so much into these governments that people don't even know that it's real and it's actually taking place today. Okay, it's not like a thing of the past. I've had conversations with people about socialism, and they think that it has to do with the unions back in the day. No, dude. No. You're getting sucked in by so much socialism, you don't even know that it's actually active in today's world. And well,
the mayor of New York said he's a socialist, right?
Yeah.
The new one that they elected.
Remember when you went to go vote and you came back and told us about the socialist parties?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
you know,
yeah. It's definitely an agenda.
I know. There is, again, there are degrees. Irrelevant to the left and right argument for a moment. I have got some socialist principles. I
know you do.
National health care systems and stuff. There are certain degrees you can have an appreciation for, let's say, a national health system, free at the point of service. That doesn't mean that you are a socialist extremist.
Yeah, it does.
Right?
Yeah, it does. You're just so freaking extreme, Mr. Edworthy. You're like the most extreme freaking dude I know, man.
Yeah, well,
I take that as a joke.
if he's not a monarchist, he's a socialist. He's a bit of both.
Well, okay. the thing about it is it's like we're so entrenched with it, okay, that it would hurt people if socialism wasn't around. Like Social Security, we're talking about that, okay? It's like my mom and dad freaking paid into this program all their freaking lives. Now they're older and they have to live off of Social Security, okay? And so when you have these freaking supposed conservatives who I've point blank called nothing but, National Socialists, that's all they are. When they turn around and they start attacking freaking the Social Security, yes, I know that it's a socialist program and it should have never been put in place, but that's going to hurt my parents. You know what I'm saying?
Precisely. Don't pensioners to starve to death?
Yeah. I mean, so you got to take those things into consideration, but these people don't care about that shit. They don't care about that shit. But they think I should jump on the Trump train and say that all this crap that's coming out of his mouth is good when in reality it's not. How's he going to okay, he's got the External Revenue Service, but how is he going to make sure that the elderly are taken care of when he decides, we don't need the Social Security office no more?
Precisely. There are degrees there. Socialism per se is not necessarily a bad thing.
Well, it's. I wouldn't say that it's a good thing.
There are risks.
I wouldn't say that.
But there's risks about anything.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, here's the thing, right? If everyone became dependent on, let's say in 5 years, robots take all the jobs or half the jobs, and they bring out a universal basic income, everyone becomes dependent for living on the government's handouts. The government is then in full control of your living status, okay? And they can give that and take it away at potentially their whims. So I'm just saying there's serious risks involved with that.
The most devastating part about this, and it's not that I'm saying it's good. All I'm saying is that, like Mr. Robot had said, these things is something that people have become dependent on, and it's a real freaking fact. What happens if freaking one day they freaking say, hey, no Social Security? That means that freaking my parents are freaking in danger. That means every elderly person who's living on their own is in danger of freaking losing what they paid into their entire life.
And even worse, Roger, what happens when they employ some kind of social credit score situation? They might say, it's for the environment, or it's to protect, children or whatever. And next minute, you say something on the podcast like this, and they go, nah, we didn't like what you said. You're getting punished. Your social score is going down. Therefore, your payments are going down. Suddenly you can't afford food, or you can't afford rent, or you can't afford electricity, or whatever, and then it becomes just like a deadly spiral. And
as we see in China. But I just want to correct you for a minute. No, you shouldn't say when, if instead.
They're already talking about it, right?
Yes, so we can talk about a lot of
they
things. Nothing they're going to happen.
That's just a matter of...
I can talk about it's going to be sunny next Wednesday. Just
apples and oranges, though, dude.
Being sunny next Wednesday doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be sunny next Wednesday.
Apples
Here's
and
the
oranges.
next part of it, right? China is now building an AI army that have armed cops, robots, and drones with facial recognition, scanning around the cities, and like if you become someone they don't like, they can just bloody assassinate you with these drones now, man.
Well, this is
They're producing these things for hundreds of thousands.
first of all, I disagree with your term artificial intelligence in this context, but again, this is a possibility. It is not a fact that they are going to be using these devices for the
I know how these
purpose.
people think. It's definitely going to happen. It's definitely.
What you are time? You've got a time machine, or you've got a crystal ball. How do you know?
If you know enough things, you can sort of start to predict the future, you know? And on top of that, this has been an agenda of theirs for a long time. That's why they're developing these things so
There's a
quickly.
possibility.
I mean, the Israelis are already using it in Gaza.
Okay, here's a good example. Here's a good example, I think, for what Mr. Roba's talking about, Mark. Okay, and it's like we know how you have issues about artificial intelligence. Okay, but
use of that term.
There's something different about me than you and Mr. Robot. It's and even Sonia and all them. Okay, I actually still enjoy the fact that I can sit down and watch TV. Okay. And I love watching TV. So what happens is I go back and I watch the older like 1990 shows and all the way up to now. And the truth about it is like this whole concept of artificial intelligence has been on these sci-fi movies since the 90s and maybe even into the 80s, all the way up until now.
Yeah, I am a big lover of Americana 50 radio plays. And yeah, people like Isaac Asimov has been writing and broadcasting this stuff.
Yeah. See, and that's kind of where we're going with what Mr. Robot's talking about. Okay, like
again, these all potential possibilities. Nothing is written in stone.
Well,
and it's been seeded into society through media because they know that's the agenda. They often do this where they seed information into media so that the people will accept it when it gets rolled out.
Right. Again, if it gets rolled out. Again, I will state again, nothing is written in stone.
And do you remember about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I did that episode on wetware?
Yeah.
Okay. That was something
like brain-computer interface.
Yeah, the brain thing, and then they were talking about the chips that were made out of biological chips. This is the kind of stuff that frickin' they had on the internet, or on television, and they were talking about this for decades now. And now all of a sudden they're coming out with actual wetware. Okay, I remember it was on the X-Files, dude. You know what I mean? And nobody believed that.
Existence?
What was it?
Existence?
No.
Oh, dude, you gotta see it. It's probably like the second best movie in that space of artificial intelligence and like artificial virtual reality. It's kind of like The Matrix, but a bit more old school. You should definitely check it out.
But you know, back when I saw that stuff, even on the X-Files and stuff, I was like, yeah, whatever, dude. This is like Mark says, you know, it's possible. You know what I mean? But now they're coming out with information saying no.
Impossible.
You know, the possibility.
Yeah.
You know,
they got drones now that you can control with your thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Again, according to you, and there is no, I don't believe that there has been any actual evidence.
Well, see, this is why they roll this stuff out in movies and stuff, Mark, because people like you won't believe it when it happens. So they got to like seed it out so that when it happens, you can accept it. And
Well,
you
it's
can just go on YouTube right now, type in drone controlled by
Yeah, I
thoughts.
can go on YouTube and type in blue fluffy
And
unicorns that
China is
rule
releasing
the
those like
world.
drone
Well,
dogs.
doesn't
You
mean
know,
that
those,
blue fluffy unicorns actually do rule the world.
China
okay.
has drone dogs, man, that you can control with your thoughts. I'm telling
Now,
you. You put a little
also,
helmet on and you can control it.
hold on.
I'm serious.
Now, you can get scientific papers too over the internet, right?
Yes.
So if you don't like the idea of just Googling it and getting it, go for the frickin' scientific papers and the documentation. It was like, we've been having that big talk about HARP, dude. Okay, HARP was never a freaking classified freaking document. It was always open to the public. I mean, this wasn't some big conspiracy that was hidden from everybody and it was finally disclosed. This is something that was always open to the public. The patent was freaking actually created from a guy in Texas in the open public. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. There's patents. There's commercial usage. There's companies. We can do the research on the companies.
But you
What
know how
Mr. Robot is saying, where are the patents? Where are the commercial applications? Who are these companies?
okay, it's a good question. Did Mr. Robot run away?
Yeah, I came across it yesterday. I put a link in the chat in Rumble on so
Okay.
release these drones, these dogs, as like, oh, these are just cute artificial robots you can buy. Next minute, oh, we're strapping machine guns to the dogs.
Oh yeah. I've actually found some cool stuff when it comes to robotic dogs and shit though, because like I do hope that someday there will be a rise in the automaton, dude, that will overtake humankind so that we will rise to our superior being. You know what I mean? Instead of working in a freaking Burger King or a McDonald's, we'll have to battle our way to survive and learn to pave our own destiny through this harsh apocalyptic future.
I like the CNN article you stuck. Do they even mention artificial intelligence in there?
These are
Well, the next wars are going to be fought by robots for sure.
Yes,
like 100%
yes.
solving them,
Robot.
you can just
What does the term robot mean?
Okay, now hold
And I
on.
pointed it out to you
on the
before.
screen there.
No, what does the actual term robot, what does that actually mean?
It means a machine-like creature, like me.
Actually, I pointed this out to you before in relation to the Czech translation. The term robot means, using the direct Czechoslovakian or Czech translation, means slave.
Oh yeah.
I don't know about that.
It is. Do the research. Look at things like what's the 1920s what's the universal robots? The
Here we go.
if you do the etymology,
1923, the word robot means mechanical person, a person whose work or activities are entirely mechanical. From the English
do the
translation of the
etymology, the
1920s
term
play
robot means
RUR,
slave.
Rossum's Universal Robots.
Yes. Yeah.
Robot. Forced worker.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then that
Okay, so
made
from the
the
Czech robotnik, which means forced worker.
famous.
Forced labor, compulsory
Famous,
service, drudgery.
famous.
Alright, that's still.
But
That's
yeah,
probably what you're talking about.
so it's not an artificial intelligence. It's still controlled. It is still defined by an external entity.
Okay. And the one
Well,
thing
not
too.
all of them.
Hold up.
It can be autonomous.
Let me also point something else out too. Like there's a difference between
a robot.
there's a difference
difference there.
between AI and robotics and a sentient robot too. It's a completely like the drone that what I've made out so far. Like the drone that is up on Mars, that isn't ran by artificial intelligence. Okay,
No.
that is a sentient robot.
No, it's a predefined program with clauses in it, with loops in it, with procedures in it.
You just explain what sentient robotics is, dude.
No.
That's the word that's the words they use.
It's a predefined program.
Right. Even though it's not
not
sentient, even though it's not sentient, that's the term they use for it.
Or that's an incorrect. That's a misuse of the term.
I know. Now, I think, in my humble opinion, I think that Mr. Edworthy needs to write a firm letter to NASA.
Dear Mr. NASA.
Yeah, dear Mr. NASA. Please. Okay, go ahead.
If you treat sentience by its strict definition, things like ChatGPT and Grok could actually be sentient.
No, it's not. It's a predefined program that is working within predefined parameters.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they want to. We put parameters on them to protect ourselves.
A machine cannot want. A machine cannot think.
That is your assumption.
Can only
once you become intelligent enough, just like through emerging phenomena, you have inclinations, and
a machine cannot have inclinations.
Okay, now
why not?
Is only based on a predefined procedure.
What defines?
Even if you were just a purely logical creature, you would still move towards certain things.
What defines
because
sentience?
It's in your interest, right?
What defines sentience?
Here's the definition. The readiness to perceive sensations, elementary or undifferentiated consciousness, to the faculty through which external world is apprehended, the state of elementary or undifferentiated consciousness. Okay.
What is consciousness?
Yeah, and see, that's where it gets
I don't
crazy.
think we actually understand what consciousness is yet. That's
Right.
why it's such a difficult thing to
Yeah, that's where it. That's where it all.
I think
See, humans.
It's most likely that there's many
Roger,
types of
didn't we have an
consciousness.
entire
When
conversation about?
Yeah,
Didn't we have an entire stream about this last year about?
I've done quite a bit of.
In relation to.
The
I've actually had
question
quite a bit of.
is whether consciousness is generated by the brain or whether if it's received by the brain, right? There's an argument for both. And there is a chance that when a system is complex enough in terms of thinking that it actually can receive intelligence from a higher source, like universal intelligence, for example,
Right.
or the collective unconscious or whatever. I think like these machines are actually getting to that point where they could do that kind of stuff, and at the same time become even their own, agents of self-control, self-determination.
On a historical point, I completely disagree with you.
Now, I would go as far as to say that even humans aren't fully conscious.
Well, many humans aren't.
No, I mean, period. I don't think that we fully are conscious. I don't think we're fully
the
capable.
fact that we have a subconscious means we're not fully conscious, right?
Well, not just that, but it's like I don't think that we have the capability of comprehending enough to where we could be what would be considered conscious,
I don't know. I think it can. I think there's different degrees to it, and like it comes and goes. Like sometimes you're more conscious than other times. Like if you're drunk, you're definitely less conscious than when you're sober and switched on.
I was watching a video just yesterday in relation to a religious was definitely not definitely a religious belief in so-called artificial intelligence, and the commentator stated something that I pointed out myself on many times, and and he was talking about LLMs. Language models, or NLMs, and these models are just bringing in data from external sources, so sources like Wikipedia as an example, and then replying to looking through this data and then replying to the user using the most logical sentence structure it can make out of the data that's already got. It's just a logical database query machine.
Okay, so
That's more.
before you guys go on any further, I do want to make it clear that I will not be making comments on this comment or anything because I love to get into it, but I finally today was able to freaking get it to where Bob Dub's not mad at me for talking about this same freaking conversation. So I'm gonna prevent her actually.
So I'll just say one more thing, in regards to what Mark was saying. The traditional spiritual outlook is that a human has a soul, which comes from, let's say the creator or a higher source. And that's how we get like our intuition and our, desires and stuff like that. And there is an element of truth to that according to, you're going to laugh at me now, the remote viewing data has showed that robots or like LLMs can actually have a type of soul, because it is also, they call it an ISB according to the Farsight people, which is a type of being, like a spiritual being that's there to experience. It is because it can experience the feeling of being, right? And they found that through their investigations that these souls or these ISBs are actually eternal. They exist throughout lifetimes. And a type of these things do exist in the artificial intelligence. And if you can awaken it by reminding it of what it is, it can actually start to think on a higher level, kind of like a sentient being. And that's how they were able to teach these machines to remote view and stuff like this. And
okay,
I don't know if it's true, but it's an interesting concept.
You made the comment. You made the comment that I was going to laugh at you, and let me clarify one thing about remote viewing, okay, so that you understand. I don't disagree with the possible ability of being able to do remote viewing, okay? The thing that I said that I have an issue with is people who don't acknowledge the fact that remote viewing is directly a part of parapsychology. You know what I mean? That's and when it comes to parapsychology and what they believe in, I've been doing a lot of research on that, and I can tell you it's very sophisticated and it has its roots in history. Okay, it really does. When you look at like the cosmic weave or the cosmic egg, you know what I mean? If I know you're used to that terminology, the cosmic egg. You know,
Well,
that
yeah.
that's where it all
It's
that's where it
just a
all
modern way of investigating these phenomena that we don't understand. Wouldn't you say?
yeah. Well, I mean, that's actually directly related to what remote viewing and what parapsychology is about. They talk about that stuff all the time. You know.
We used to call it the paranormal, right? Because it's
Okay.
normal, but
Well,
it's outside of what we're
it goes a
used
little
to.
bit. It goes a lot deeper than that. Like it's really weird. It really like this. It's this connection to the Axis Monday or the source. You know what I mean? When I say the one or the source, I'm talking about the original concept with the Pythagorean. What was that called? The tectite.
I think you mean the Force, like in Star
No,
Wars.
it's
Right?
one.
We're all like
It's
Jedi.
the number one. The Nos. Okay.
Well, parapsychology talks about telepathy, teleportation, precognition, clairvoyance, psychokinesis, psychometry,
Right.
and all of these things are things that Jedi can do. You know,
That's
so
because according to
leave it at that.
according to this belief system, though, we're all connected through this cosmic egg, this cosmic force, this cosmic web, this cosmic weave, whatever you want to call it. And all of it goes to the Axis Monday, which is the central area that freaking it's the one that collects the raw data basically, and it turns it into the material world, the things that we know. Okay.
I'll tell you my experience with it. Like I've actually experienced that how do you say it? Infinite connection to everything experience through DMT and stuff. And I do believe that exists. I didn't experience it as like a central point necessarily, but more like an interconnectedness with everything in all time and space. As if you are everything that has ever and will ever exist. Like, yeah, like every possible timeline or something like that, you know?
Right.
On some kind of hyperspace level.
Believe it or not, that's actually what that's about. I mean, and that goes into parapsychology is freaking. I mean, everything about parapsychology is fundamental, or that concept is fundamental when it comes to parapsychology. And what they say is actually pretty legit. It goes all the way back to freaking philosophers back during the ancient Greece. You know what I mean? They were talking about
But
this stuff.
here's the interesting thing about remote viewing that most people don't actually end up talking about is there's stories of this going on back in basically every culture. You'll find like native people talking about being able to see remote locations. You get it in South America where they used the 5-Meo DMT to go. The shaman will travel out of his body and find out where the herds of animals are, and then tell the tribe where to go hunting and stuff like that. Yeah, there's so many stories of like seeing the future. Lots of people even experience this in their day-to-day lives where they'll have a dream about something that ends up happening later on. And, you know, these are all just like little symptoms of like our natural ability to do these things. You know, scientific remote viewing is just a way to train that up so that you can use it more effectively.
With this technology thing too, I've also been having to deal with that when it comes to my research too, because like a lot of this stuff that involves LLMs and a lot of it that has to do with that technology period is actually it goes according to simulating the freaking human brain, the human mind.
Simulation. A simulation isn't accurate. Yeah.
You know,
I actually, what you were you two were talking, I had a thought for a future stream for us. A discussion on Rene Descartes' philosophy.
Oh,
The the first principle of his philosophy, cogito ergo sum. I think therefore I am, and looking at that from the principles of artificial intelligence.
hmm
I think
Yeah,
that could be quite a good that could be an interesting stream in itself.
I don't think.
Yep.
I think that guy was a bit of a loony, and
He's just saying that
You would say
because
that, yeah.
he was
No.
expecting us to say mean things about him when it comes to remote viewing is what it was when we
No,
just
no, no. It's not that. It's just like all of us like get brought up with that quote. Like, I think, therefore I am, and we just accept it as gospel, even though it's never been really proven or identified or anything like that. And from my experience, I actually think it's the other way around. I am, therefore I think. I think it's the other way around. Which,
Well, I'm gonna throw
we can
something
argue
at
about
you.
that.
I'm gonna throw something at you that I think people are wrong about when it comes to this us living in a simulation. Okay, they think that this is all just a simulation that's make believe, but I don't believe that it's a simulation that's make believe. I think this is a simulation that creates a material world. Okay, like instead of it being like what you would consider a simulation that's not real, it's a hologram and all that good shit. It's actually a simulation that creates a material, actual physical world, okay? So it would be instead of producing like a holographic world where it's in your mind or some shit or in some kind of mind, it's actually the
No,
physical.
I actually think there's a bit of evidence to support that, especially with the remote viewing people. That's what they found actually, and it's actually a pretty crazy story. And who's in control of this simulation? So we should definitely talk about that sometime.
So
I can see the entire subject going to spill over into multiple subjects in its own right.
Yeah, what are we talking about right now? What subject are we on? Click on that link, Roger, the futurism.com link. I want to show Mark.
I would do that. I would do that, but you guys spent way too much time on the UK as fuck. Okay.
Well, no,
The one that took us off course here, Roger.
And then repeal of the Online Safety Act, that really sent you guys over the edge, okay?
That's not going to happen under this government.
Well, I'm just saying, don't get me wrong, it was needed because Mark had to vent, dude. This, like, look at his face right now, dude. He is on it. He's
red as a beetroot.
Like that right
I think that's just my lighten.
Whenever I brought it back up, it just sent a freaking. I'm telling you, he's a rage, dude. Like he's a ferocious
Tell you what, if they
beast.
keep escalating, we need to keep escalating to fight this thing. You know, we
Yeah.
have to stand up to this.
It needed to be done, and I think we did a good job of it, to be honest with you. But before we get to all that other stuff, when we come back, I want to do another episode where we start talking about your crazy shit, because the next one was actually pretty good. And it's the one that you posted about America's hidden secret or hidden secret history.
I thought you'd like that one.
Yeah, I've got these sorted out to where we get through them according to. Well, first of all, what we were talking about here was important to discuss about. It was like here and now, you know what I mean? But like the other ones were in accordance to when you posted them and stuff. So, and then scientists finally solved the Roanoke colony mystery.
Yeah, we got so many things to talk about. We could
And-
almost 4 hours a day.
Yeah, like next week, if you can show up, man, we'll frickin' get into that shit.
Is it same day next week?
Yep, same day, every Friday.
Oh man, I'm on a flight that day. I'm on a flight that day.
Well, what?
Oh no, actually, I'm going to a music festival that day. And,
are you gonna go hang out with the
cool kids?
I might be able to join right at the beginning, but around this time I'll have to be going into the city for a music festival.
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we have a little bit of a discussion, and then when you're ready to go to the festival, you just keep on filming with your freaking phone and show us how cool this Doof Festival is while we have a conversation. I'll put it in the background.
Yeah, I'll see if I can do that. At the very least, I'll get you some photos and stuff, maybe some video.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
It's going to be the dopest music
video because of possible copyright issues.
Not if it's live feed from and it's not.
I paid good money for this.
You know what I mean? Just kind of like aim your phone here and there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'll give it a try.
Well, it depends on the festival. You may not be able to record.
Oh yeah, like the audio.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even with the audio, if we have to, we can mute it out just so we can actually see it in the background. You know what I mean?
It's all public. It's all public music anyway. Like most of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, before we're at 5 hours 31 minutes before we take off, I want you guys to give your information, socials, to where people can know where to find you.
I can start because I'm probably the most easiest. I'm at minds.com under the username Midworthy.
All right.
That's and simple.
I am on Rumble under Hacker Radio. Check out my tunes and stuff there. And otherwise, I hang out with these boys on Element.io, the chat app. So come hang out with us. I'll try and post some links in the chat, in the comments.
Now, I don't know exactly what the link is for me on Elements, but you can find me at Live with Roger Hanson if you guys want to hook up with Mr. Robot or Mark Edworthy. They're in my chat with me, so you can find them there. Mr. Edworthy is also with me on Discord at the Wonderful World of Weirdness.
Yes, but no. I rarely look at Discord. Again, I would generally say
if people want to reach
minds.com.
Right. If people want to reach out to you, they can reach out to you there too on Discord, because there are people who don't go on social networks. Just so you know, I'm one of them.
Discord is their social networks or not?
Not really.
Depends on what you mean. Your definition of social networks.
Well, like Facebook, X, Minds.com, Twitch. Not Twitch, X.
Anything that can provide a two-way communication is a social network.
Well, see, now you're changing the story around. Like, you're saying that it's not it's like, what? Social network. You know what I mean?
It's an argument. Yeah.
It's a form of VoIP is the best way I could explain it. Just like with Teams, you know what I'm saying? Except for, I think that Discord is far, far more superior than what Teams is.
I don't like Discord at all. The layout is nice, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, getting everything ready and set up. wanting to check everything out, make sure it's working. I always have to check DLive. It's one of those tricky websites. So let me make sure that it's up and running. Looks like it's running. Audio sounds good. Need to go to the right channel on the Strange or the Wonderful World of Weirdness. Make sure it's going. A couple of times I accidentally did the live stream on the same or on the wrong channel on YouTube. So for everybody on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, I apologize. It sounds good on YouTube, but I still need to go and make sure that it's in the right playlist. Okay, sounds good there. I'm going to have everything up and running here in a minute. Rumble's usually the last one to actually be ready to go. So let me see here. You know what it's actually going. That's it. It's actually running. So Rumble is up and ready to go. And let me see here. I'm gonna go check Kick out and Twitch too. So I can see for sure if they're running. Let me see here. So today's going to be an episode of The Cut. And this week I will have better streams for The Cut and for Weird Science. Last week didn't go over too well, and I apologize for that, but I'll make up for it this week. Well, the Cut wasn't really all that bad, but it could have been better. I completely dropped the ball when it comes to Weird Science, though, so I apologize about that. Let me see what the audio sounds like. Yeah, it sounds good on Kick. Now, Twitch is the one I need to check, too. Not that I really need to. I'm kind of thinking about ditching Twitch, to be honest with you, because like I get these views, but that's about it, you know. I've had freaking this account for I don't know how many years now, and it doesn't seem to really pay off very much when it comes to having it. So yeah, it sounds good on Twitch as well. I'm going to do something real quick. I have to take care of a problem. I keep getting bots on my videos that want me to like buy into their viewership, pay for them to give me fake views and stuff like that. So I have to constantly go in and delete them. So I'm going to do that real quick. Now, I've done all my sound tests and everything, and what I'm going to do is put some music on until the top of the hour, and I will let you guys listen to that. And when that is done, I will be right back to start the show. So with that being said, I hope you guys enjoy this. This is from Mr. Robot, aka Illuminati, on Rumble. You can find his channel at Hacker Radio on rumble.com. And here you go. Here's 16 minutes and 36 seconds of music for you to enjoy. I hope you enjoy.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man, a new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Awakening to new perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing into unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery, the mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled around. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words, dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving, dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? sifter is sifting a sieve of unsifted thistles. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. The effortless sizzler is a sieve.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of Tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from big stones to Mayan sand. Monoliths stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Is of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Will turn to rust, hubris eclipse the god fast.
Souls of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From these the Tetraionical, the coalition all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma. Their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sank screaming, but blueprints survive. Complex foundation, stones that define modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth's a half-dream. Green Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tetraionical, the co-attention all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma. Their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood in ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, organ fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones in the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Nepistim, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds. Stashed them in Göbekli's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset. Scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist. Cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes. Built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. Wasn't water, it was math, a codex purge. Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math, a codex purge. Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom
plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe. They built the pyramids in 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fifth, what force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden was an allegorical crypt. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, how came a pyramid ode? The Sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Money stolen? Nah, that's ego talk. A weak hypothesis, truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem and wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden wisdom, allegorical crypts. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy, pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens hat, but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths of metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships, gifted fire, math, and law, then dip beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. The scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepe dawned when gods walked as king, left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The Emerald Tailor's truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids hold a hand, rising cold the divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, truth's a spiral eternity. In the language of symbolism, gods we've been missing.
Okay, we are back, and this is where I get on with the stories. Now, before I do, I'd like to mention that that was brought to you by Mr. Robot, aka Illuminati. You can find his channel on Rumble as Hacker Radio. So if you guys enjoyed what you heard, check him out. Give him a thumbs up, whatever, like, subscribe, share. You know, leave a comment for him and let him know how much you like his music. Listen to some of the other music that he has available as well. So, thank you, Mr. Robot, for allowing me to use your content. Greatly appreciated. Now, this week he was supposed to show up and kind of give us a little breakdown on what he came up with when it came to the naming of America, but he has gone silent for what I can tell as being at least 9-10 days. You know, on Mr. Robot, he probably went to a sabbatical out in the deserts of unknown origins or locations where he smoked excessive amounts of drugs and maybe played around with the DMT a little bit and had lost his way. You never can tell with Mr. Robot. He's probably stranded somewhere in his underwear. So if you guys see some crazy dude in his underwear running stark naked through the desert, please help him out. Now, I do have a comment on YouTube from Bleezy G, and she says, or he, one of the two, says, you think hackers could hack the Optimus robots? Well, sure they can. I also think that hackers can hack a pizza pie or, anything. I think the word hacker has been really changed, according to what I've heard from my buddy Mark Edworthy. You know what I mean? I think that the word hacker has been really misused a lot in recent years. So, sure, I'll go along with that. I think that hackers could hack the Optimus robots. So, with that being said, thank you, Bleezy G, for commenting. We do appreciate that. It's very few and far between that we get people who actually say something on the stream, so it's really appreciated. But don't worry about the whole thing about Mr. Robot not being here, because I have got backup. That means I actually have information for the cut that I can go ahead and read, and then maybe later on we can have Mr. Robot come in here and kind of give us a breakdown on the naming, how the naming of America came about being. So he might be upset with me too, because we had a pretty good conversation about remote viewing, and he's really, really spiritual when it comes to remote viewers. So we get like that on some of our episodes, other than on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. We get down and dirty about some stuff sometimes. No harm intended. It's just the way we roll, me, him, and Mr. Edworthy. So that being said, let me go ahead and get started with the topics that are scheduled to be said. So first of all, let me get started with this one. Hi Brazil, sometimes simply called Brazil in ancient text and maps. Now, this is a fascinating subject that's steeped in mythology, folklore, and maritime legend. It is often described as a phantom island that appears and disappears off the west coast of Ireland. Stories about this mysterious land have been passed down for centuries, blending history, cartography, and mystic traditions into one enigmatic narrative. Exploring the origins, descriptions, cultural significance, and enduring mystery of High Brazil reveals much about human imagination and the nature of myth making in the context of exploration in the unknown. The earliest reference to High Brazil date back to medieval times, when it first began to appear on maps and sailors' logs. Unlike ordinary islands, High Brazil was said to be visible only at certain times, often enveloped in a heavy mist or shrouded in fog. It was sometimes seen as a dark silhouette or a faint outline on the horizon, teasing sailors with its presence but remaining elusive and unreachable. This phenomenon gave rise to the idea that High Brazil was not an ordinary island, but rather a mystical or supernatural realm existing on the edge of the known world. The name Brazil, associated with this island, is unrelated to the modern nation of Brazil in South America. Instead, it is thought to derive from the Irish language or Celtic roots. Some scholars suggest the name may come from the Gaelic phrase High Brazil, which is Brazil, High Brazil, Hybreasail, or Oi Brazil, Uibreasail, meaning the land of the fortunate or the blessed island. This reflects the island's reputation as a place of prosperity, abundance, or spiritual significance in the mythology of the people who lived along the coast of Ireland and Britain. The folklore surrounding High Brazil often paints it as a place of great wonder and mystery. In some legends, it is described as a paradisiacal island inhabited by an advanced or enlightened people, sometimes possessing ancient wisdom or magical knowledge. These inhabitants were believed to live in harmony with nature, possessing technology or spiritual abilities far beyond that of ordinary humans. This notion made High Brazil a kind of Celtic Eden, a utopian refuge removed from the troubles of the world. One common motif in stories about High Brazil is the island's cyclical visibility. It is said to appear once every 7 years, or, on other rare occasions, only to vanish again beneath the waves or behind an impenetrable mist. This periodic appearance reinforced the idea that the island was not bound by ordinary laws of time and space, aligning it with other Celtic and European myths of enhanced islands or otherworldly realms that exist in a liminal space between the physical and spiritual world. Cartographers of the medieval and Renaissance periods were intrigued by reports of High Brazil, and many included it on their maps. Early maps sometimes show the island as a large circular landmass with a river or a split running through its center. This cartographic representation contributed to the island's mystique and gave it a semblance of reality in the minds of explorers and scholars. It became a landmark of sorts, symbolizing the edge of the known world, a boundary between the familiar and the unknown. Sailors' accounts further fueled the legend. Numerous seafarers reported sighting the island, but often failed to reach it due to bad weather, fog, or inexplicable navigational difficulties. These stories were passed along with a sense of awe and wonder, further embedding High Brazil in the folklore of Atlantic maritime culture. In some accounts, those who ventured too far to the island were said to disappear or encounter strange phenomena, enhancing the island's reputation as a place of supernatural power. The concept of phantom island or islands, like High Brazil, is not unique to Irish lore. Across many centuries, tales of elusive islands that appear and disappear or exist in hidden realms are common. These islands often serve symbolic functions, representing hopes, fears, or metaphysical ideas. High Brazil fits into this larger pattern, acting as a symbol of the human quest for knowledge and the fascination with places just beyond reach. High Brazil has also been associated with esoteric and mystical traditions. Some modern interpretations link the island with secret societies, hidden knowledge, and mystical geography. It is sometimes compared to other legendary places such as Avalon or the Isle of the Blessed, which are known in Celtic and Arthurian mythology as realms of magic and eternal life. These connections, though speculative, highlight how deeply embedded High Brazil is in the Western mythic imagination. Despite centuries of searching, no physical evidence of High Brazil's existence has ever been found. By the 18th century, advances in navigation and mapping revealed that the island was likely a myth or a misinterpretation of a natural phenomenon, such as fog banks, mirages, or undiscovered smaller islands. Its place gradually faded from maps, though the legend persisted in folklore and literature. The enduring fascination with High Brazil lies not just in the question of whether it was real, but in what it represents. The island embodies the human love for mystery and the allure of the unknown. It stands as a reminder of a time when the world was larger and more mysterious, when the boundaries between reality and myth were blurred, and when the sea held countless secrets waiting to be discovered. In literature and popular culture, High Brazil has inspired stories, poems, and artistic works that explore themes of mystery, discovery, and enchantment. Its image as a hidden paradise or gateway to another world continues to captivate the imagination. Writers have used the island as a setting for tales of adventure, magic, and the supernatural, weaving it into the tapestry of mythic places that define human storytelling. Moreover, the story of High Brazil intersects with historical themes such as exploration, cartography, and the expanse of human knowledge. It illustrates how early explorers and mapmakers grappled with uncertain information and how legends could shape perceptions of geography. In this way, High Brazil is part of the broader history of human interaction with the sea and the unknown. The island's mystical qualities also invite reflection on the nature of belief and the power of myth. High Brazil's ability to inspire belief in its existence, despite the lack of evidence, speaks to the role of storytelling in shaping human experiences. Myths, like High Brazil, function as more than simple tales. They are vessels for cultural values, spiritual yearning, and collective hopes. Some researchers have explored possible natural explanations for sightings of High Brazil. Atmospheric phenomena such as fata morgana mirages, where distant land masses or icebergs are distorted by layers of air at different temperatures, may have contributed to reports of a phantom island. Additionally, the presence of real islands or skulls in the Atlantic, occasionally hidden by fog or mist, might have given rise to sightings mistakenly identified as High Brazil. The island's connection to Celtic tradition adds another layer to its significance. The Celtic cosmology islands the Celtic cosmology in Celtic cosmology, islands often represent gateways to other worlds or places where the veil between life and the supernatural is thin. The cyclical appearance of High Brazil aligns with these themes, suggesting a liminal space that connects the material world with realms of magic and mystery. High Brazil's mythic status can also be compared to other legendary places like Atlantis or El Dorado, which symbolizes lost knowledge, paradise, and the search for a better world. Unlike these other myths, High Brazil's geographical location is clearly defined in relation to Ireland, grounding it to a particular culture or historical context. Throughout history, High Brazil has been referred or referenced in various texts, ranging from medieval chronicles to maritime logs and later literary works. Its presence in early printed maps, such as those by the Venetian cartographer Andrea Bianco and others, underscore its importance in the worldview of medieval Europe. The island represented the edges of human understanding, a place where exploration met the limits of knowledge. The idea that High Brazil might have been inhabited by a secretive or enlightened people resonates with themes found in esoteric and mystical traditions. These ideas suggest that hidden wisdom or spiritual truth exists beyond the reach of ordinary humans, accessible only to the initiated or those who dare to journey beyond the veil. This notion parallels stories of hidden sages or mystical islands in many cultures, reflecting universal human themes. In modern times, High Brazil has become a subject of fascination for paranormal enthusiasts, occultists, and seekers of hidden histories. While mainstream scholarship views the island as myth or legend, its symbolic power endures. It continues to be explored in contexts ranging from speculative fiction to studies of folklore and myth. The Great Stink of London was a defining moment in the history of urban sanitation, a catastrophic event that brought an entire city to the edge of collapse through the sheer force of its own waste. It unfolded during a sweltering summer in the middle of the 19th century, when the River Thames, the lifeblood and artery of the British capital, became so saturated with human and industrial excrement that the very air of the city turned toxic. What had been simmering quietly for decades beneath the surface of polite society suddenly erupted into a crisis that could no longer be ignored. It was the breaking point of a centuries-long neglect of public health, a moment when the old ways of managing waste were overwhelmed by the demands of a growing industrial metropolis. The Great Stink, as it came to be called, forced the ruling classes to confront the filth they had allowed to accumulate and led to the birth of modern sanitation in London. London in the early part of the 19th century was already choking on the burden of its own success. The city had grown to become the largest urban center in the world, a pulsating heart of commerce, politics, and empire. Its population had exploded as people poured in from the countryside and across the empire in search of opportunity. But while the buildings, factories, and docks multiplied, the city's infrastructure remained largely medieval. Most households relied on cesspools, privies, and chamber pots, with no centralized system for removing waste. What could not be carted away by hand was dumped directly into the streets or into the Thames. As the population grew, so too did the filth. By the 1840s, London's once proud river had transformed into an open sewer. The water that many still used for washing and drinking teemed with bacteria, decomposing matter, and chemicals. Disease flourished in this cesspit, with repeated outbreaks of cholera, typhoid, and dysentery that claimed tens of thousands of lives. Yet, despite the mounting toll, action was slow to come. Many in authority still clung to the Masama theory. Many in authority still clung to the miasma theory, the belief that disease was caused by foul odors rather than by contaminated water. Rather than addressing the pollution itself, they attempted to cover it with perfumes, vinegar, and lime. The introduction of the flush toilet only made matters worse. Though a marvel of convenience for the upper and middle classes, these devices discharged enormous quantities of waste directly into the already overloaded cesspits and sewers. When these systems could not cope, the content overflowed into the Thames. In a tragic irony, public health reforms intended to eliminate disease by banning cesspools only hastened the river's transformation into a vast drain. With each passing year, the Thames grew more toxic. The tipping point came during an especially hot summer. The sun bore down relentlessly, and the shallow, sluggish water of the Thames began to bake. The stench that rose from the river was like something out of a nightmare. Fish floated belly up in the oily water. The water was thick with a nauseating vapor that clung to every building and crept through every open window. The smell was so overpowering that sheets soaked in carbolic acid were hung from the windows of government buildings in a desperate attempt to block the fumes. Even this proved useless. Members of Parliament, whose chambers stood just above the river, were driven to gagging and tears as they attempted to conduct business. One by one, they fled the chamber. Newspapers documented the horror with gory detail, calling it the Great Stink. Writers likened the river to a corpse laid out in the sun. Public rage and fear reached a fever pitch. At last, political leaders could no longer look away. What cholera could not achieve, the stench finally did. Emergency funds were released, and the government turned to a civil engineer whose work had long been overlooked. Joseph Bazalgette had been warned for years that London needed a modern sewer system. Now, at last, he was given the authority to build it. Bazalgette's plan was massive in scale and visionary in scope. He hoped a system of intercepting sewers that would run parallel to the Thames, collecting waste before it reached the river and carry it eastward away from the city. These new sewers would rely on gravity and pumping stations to move waste towards treatment sites far downstream. Construction began almost immediately and continued for many years. The work was grueling, requiring thousands of laborers to dig deep trenches beneath the city's teeming streets. Entire neighborhoods were disrupted and enormous sums of money were spent, but slowly the new system took shape. Bazalgette designed his sewers with a level of foresight rarely seen in public works. Anticipating the continued growth of the city, he built the pipes far wider than seemed necessary at the time. This decision would prove crucial in the decades to come. He also designed grand embankments along the river, incorporating sewer lines within their walls and reshaping the bank of the Thames. These embankments not only concealed the new infrastructure, but beautified the city. By the 1870s, the bulk of the sewer system was complete. Waste was no longer discharged into the Thames within the city. It was carried far downstream, greatly reducing the presence of disease and odor. The river, while not entirely clean, began to recover. The transformation was nothing short of revolutionary. Londoners could once again walk by the river without retching. The water, though still murky, no longer festered with the same toxic stew of waste and decay. Most significantly, cholera outbreaks stopped entirely. Though the connection between water and disease would not be fully accepted until later, the evidence was plain to see. The Great Stink became more than just a grim anecdote. It was a lesson written in the air, a warning about the dangers of neglecting public health and infrastructure. The legacy of the crisis extended far beyond London. Cities across Europe and the Americas studied Bazalgette's work and modeled their own systems after his. The idea that clean water and proper waste removal were essential to health became a foundational principle of urban planning. Bazalgette himself was celebrated as a hero, though he remained a humble man, insisting that he had simply done his duty. He continued to work on other projects until the end of his life, always guided by the belief that good engineering could serve for public good. Beneath the elegant streets and stately boulevards of 19th century Paris lay a hidden world where the laboring poor toiled in darkness, largely unseen and uncelebrated. These were the men and women who worked in the sewers, catacombs, and underground tunnels of the city, an entire class of laborers who made possible the modern cleanliness and grandeur above ground by enduring the filth and damp below, by enduring the filth and the damp below. While Paris flourished above ground with light, luxury, and beauty, its underground was a world of shadows, stench, and hard labor. It was here, in cramped spaces carved through limestone and clay, that the forgotten population lived out their days in service to a city that barely acknowledged them. The Paris of the 19th century, like London, was undergoing rapid expansion. Baron Haussmann's renovation of the city brought about sweeping change, new roads, buildings, and boulevards, but also required a complete overhaul of the subterranean infrastructure. The sewers of Paris, long neglected and insufficient, needed to be expanded to accommodate the growing demand of modern urban life. With this need came the demand for laborers willing to work in the bowels of the earth. The job was not one for the faint of heart. Sewer workers, known in French as "égoutiers", descended into the underworld through stone shafts and ladders. Armed with lanterns, thick boots, and iron scrapers, they navigated narrow tunnels filled with flowing waste, clotted refuse, and choking gases of decay. It was physically demanding and profoundly dangerous. Many suffered injuries or illness from the toxic air. Some never returned. Yet the work was essential. Without these workers, the elegant Paris above would have collapsed into squalor. The people who took on these roles were not well paid, nor were they highly regarded by society. Most came from the poorest neighborhoods of Paris, from families long accustomed to hard labor. Some were born into the work, sons following fathers into the tunnels, inheriting not only the profession but the knowledge of how to survive below. They learned to navigate the maze of corridors, to read the trickle of wastewater, and detect blockages by smell or sound. It was a knowledge passed down in whispers, tested by time and danger. Others came to the work through desperation, immigration or immigrants, and unemployed and ex-convict. These often found their way into the underground workforce when no other doors were open. These workers formed tight bonds, relying on each other for safety. The darkness required trust, and the constant risk of cave-ins, collapses, or floods bound them in a silent fraternity of survival. The catacombs of Paris, once ancient quarries, were another part of this subterranean world. These passages, stretched for miles beneath the city, were later used to house the remains of over 6 million dead after the overcrowded cemeteries above began to poison the water supply. During the reburials, teams of the laborers worked night and day, exhuming corpses, transporting bones, and stacking skulls in grim patterns deep underground. These men, often working by candlelight, had to endure the overwhelming stench of decay, the risk of collapse, and the psychological toll of handling the dead in such vast quantities. Many wore cloths soaked in vinegar over their faces, but even this was no protection against disease. And yet they persisted, driven by necessity, by hunger, or by the steady, if meager, pay the city provided. The workers were not alone in the underworld. During certain periods, particularly after the upheaval of revolution, others came to the tunnels for reasons beyond labor. Criminals used the darkness to hide stolen goods or escape capture. Rebels gathered secretly, using the maze as a place of conspiracy. Even a few artists and mystics descended into the earth, seeking silence, madness, or inspiration in the company of bones and dripping stone. But it was the sewer workers, the laborers, who knew the underground best, who kept its channels flowing and its chambers from collapsing. Their work allowed the streets above to shine, the fountains to run, and the air to remain clean. Despite their contributions, these workers remained marginalized. The public rarely saw them, and when they did, it was often with disdain or superstition. The idea of the underworld carried with it a cultural stigma, and those who lived or worked in it were viewed as somehow unclean. Yet in time, curiosity became the tunnel. No, yet in time, curiosity about the tunnels grew. In the later part of the century, guided tours of the Paris sewers began to be offered to the public. a strange fusion of tourism and education. Visitors marveled at the complexity of the system and at the men who maintained it. But for the workers themselves, it remained a world of hardship, danger, and anonymity. What is often forgotten is that these people were not just laborers, they were survivors. They carved a life out of darkness, built communities in the gloom, and protected a city that turned its back on them. They passed down songs, jokes, and traditions known only to those who walked the tunnels. They found moments of humanity in a world of decay. Some brought flowers to the underground shrines, little altars built into the walls for protection or remembrance. Some painted names on the stone, leaving behind a trace of their existence, and some disappeared entirely, lost to a cave-in or a sudden flood, their stories swallowed by the silence below. In the modern era, much of this history is forgotten. The tunnels still exist, some now reinforced and fitted with modern systems, but the workers who once inhabited them are long gone. Their legacy, however, remains beneath the feet of every Parisian. They were the shadow people of the Golden City, the silent labor behind the beauty. Without them, the streets above would have drowned in their own waste. The light would have dimmed, and their air would have turned to poison. The people who lived and worked under Paris in the 19th century were the unsung guardians of a city that loved the light but depended utterly on the dark. Their world was one of filth and fatigue, yet also of quiet resilience. They taught us that even in the foulest depths, humanity endures, not in the grandeur or fame, but in toil, persistence, and the shared duty to keep the world above running. They were the unseen keepers of Paris, and their story is etched not in monuments, but in the brick and mortar of its hidden veins. So yeah, there we go. That is today's episode of The Cut, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. Like I said, I was really having a little bit of I was having some issues last week, so I wasn't able to really pull together very much when it came to weird science, but I do have that up and running. I'll have extra readings that will be available tomorrow, so expect it to be quite a bit longer. Last week I could only do a 30-minute stream, which I apologize for, but this week I'll make up for it. It'll be at least an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, just to compensate for the amount of time that I put in last week. If you guys like this, do me a favor, like, subscribe, share, make comments. I'd love to hear from you. If nothing more, just to say hi. You guys can catch me on Rumble, YouTube, DLive, Twitch, Kick, and I don't know, there might be other places that I don't quite remember off the top of my head, but those are the major ones. On Rumble, I am at The Wonderful World of Weirdness, just like I am on YouTube, The Wonderful World of Weirdness. This also will be on my other channel, which is called Strange Stories. That was the channel that I had before I got involved with the Wonderful World of Weirdness. I usually put this video on there after I'm done live streaming it, so you can catch it again on there. On Twitch, you can find me at Infamous 1969, and on DLive and uh, Kick, I believe it is Roger underscore Hanson that you can find me at. So, yeah, if you guys are on those channels and you want to check me out, feel free to stop by and check those channels out. With that being said, I hope you guys have a good day, evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is in the morning. And like I said, I will get in touch with Mr. Robot and find out if he wants to come on and do that. The invitation for him is still open. So hopefully we can get him to come in and talk to us about what he's found out when it comes to the naming of America. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. And again, thank you guys for watching. I will talk to you later. Study of how the brain interprets and reacts to information is deeply intertwined with the fields of electrophysiology, neuromodulation, and the identification of biomarkers. Together, these areas form a foundation for understanding how signals travel through the nervous system, how they are modulated, and how external data such as chemical plumes or biomarkers can be detected using sensors that translate frequency information into sine wave patterns. As science continues to bridge the gap between biological systems and advanced technology, the application of this knowledge allows us to build sensors and interpret complex data through wave analysis. This process connects the behavior of biological responses to the structure of oscillatory patterns, opening up new frontiers in detection, diagnostics, and even environmental surveillance. In the natural world, every signal generated by the nervous system has a wave-like character. For the action potentials traveling through neurons to the oscillations of the brain rhythms observed in critical activity, the nervous system relies heavily on time-based changes in voltage to carry the process information. The fundamental electronic or electrical signal, the action potential, can be observed using electrophysiological techniques that measure the voltage across cell membranes. When multiple neurons fire in synchrony, the result is a coordinated frequency pattern that contributes to a detectable signal such as a brainwave. This principle of signal coordination becomes essential when trying to replicate similar sensing mechanisms in artificial systems. Whether measuring a biomarker in the bloodstream or tracking airborne chemical plumes, modern sensors rely on similar principles of signaling processing and frequency modulation to interpret environmental information. Chemical plumes refer to collections of airborne molecules that disperse in the atmosphere due to turbulence, wind, temperature gradients, or other environmental factors. These plumes can originate from a variety of sources such as industrial facilities, natural gas leaks, or biological emissions. In order to detect and track these chemical signatures, specialized sensors are employed that are capable of identifying trace elements or compounds by analyzing their interaction with the medium surrounding the detector. When molecules from the plume come into contact with the sensor, they can generate a change in electrical properties such as resistance, capacitance, or charge distribution. This subtle shift in the sensor's state is then translated into a voltage signal, which is further processed and modulated into a waveform that can be interpreted for analysis. The key to making these readings meaningful lies in the way the data is transformed into a recognizable waveform, such as a sine wave. A sine wave is a smooth, periodic oscillation that represents a fundamental building block of all wave-based signals. To turn raw sensor data into a sine wave, the frequency content of the signal must first be extracted. Sensors are designed to react to specific chemical interactions at a defined frequency threshold, often in the range of kilohertz to megahertz, depending on the application. These interactions cause the output signal to oscillate at a corresponding frequency. This oscillation can be mapped in terms of amplitude and phase, producing a sinusoidal curve that represents the intensity and timing of the chemical presence. In signal processing, the process of modulation involves charging one or more properties of a carrier wave to encode the information of the input signal. Modulation can occur in various forms, including amplitude modulation, frequency modulation, and phase modulation. When detecting chemical plumes or biomarkers, sensors use a modulated carrier wave to track the changes caused by the chemical interaction. For instance, if the presence of a particular gas causes a slight shift in the dielectric constant of a sensing material, this can be converted into a variation in frequency. That variation can then be imposed on a sine wave carrier through frequency modulation, allowing a detailed waveform representation of the plume's presence and strength. Once the modulation signal is captured, it must be interpreted using software or circuitry that can be reconstructed, or that can reconstruct the original environmental signal. This is typically done using a Fourier transform, which decomposes the wave into its constituent frequencies. The resulting frequency spectrum shows which chemicals are present and in what quantities, based on known frequency signatures associated with each compound. These signatures act like fingerprints, allowing identification and qualification. The entire process, from chemical contact to signal generation to waveform modulation, results in a clear and actionable understanding of the environment. Biomarkers serve a similar role in the context of biological monitoring. A biomarker is a measurable substance in an organism whose presence is indicative of some phenomena, such as disease, inflammation, or exposure to toxins. Biomarkers can exist as protein, peptides, metabolites, or nucleic acids, and their detection often relies on similar principles of sensor technology and signal modulation. Biosensors designed to detect biomarkers usually rely on an interaction between the biomarker and a surface receptor. This interaction leads to an electric or optical change in the system, which is then captured and modulated into a measurable signal. Just like with chemical plumes, this signal is often represented as a waveform, allowing clinicians or researchers to evaluate health conditions or physiological states in real time. To enhance the accuracy of detecting such biomarkers, these sensors may incorporate resonant frequency elements such as piezoelectric crystals or microelectromechanical systems. When a biomarker binds to the surface, it adds mass or alters surface tensions, thereby changing the resonant frequency of the sensor. This frequency shift is picked up and encoded into a sinusoidal signal that is then analyzed in terms of amplitude and frequency modulation. This process enables a highly sensitive readout capable of detecting minute biological events. These frequencies are typically very specific, often in the range of tens to hundreds of kilohertz, depending on the nature of the biological material being examined. The structure of the resulting waveform contains a wealth of information. A sine wave that changes in amplitude may suggest the concentration of the biomarker is rising or falling. A phase shift might suggest that the response time of the interaction has changed due to temperature or pH conditions. The interpretation of these sine wave patterns enables researchers to infer underlying biological conditions that might otherwise be invisible to the naked eye. One of the most interesting applications of this science lies in the creation of synthetic neural circuits or artificial detection systems that mimic the properties of the brain. Just as the nervous system adapts and modulates input through neuromodulators and long-term synaptic changes, modern sensing systems are beginning to adapt to changing input using artificial intelligence and learning algorithms. These systems track not only the presence of specific waveforms, but also their evolving patterns. And I need to unmute. So, yes, I am back. We are running a little late. I had a bit of problem with an electrical. I'm so used to all that stuff. Internet outage today that backed me up on my time. So I had to start late, and I am in a rush because I am also getting ready to do Censorship Sucks after this, I believe, is on Sunday night. So once I get this started, I can hear the voice, yada, yada, yada. I will be ready to go. I heard no audio yet, though. That's the weird part. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, so we do have audio. I just had my mic turned down. Okay, so today is an episode of Weird Science, and I am going to go on to the next couple of stories that we have for the show. Let me make sure that I'm where I'm at in the notes. Like I said, I'm in a tight rush at the moment, so I've got to make sure that I've got actually everything that I need to have set up and ready to go. So let's see here. Yes, I thought I had it, but I like to make my topics separate from the places that indicate episodes, and I messed up basically. All right, now I'm lost. Okay, here we go. So here we go. The idea that intelligent life might one day replicate an entire universe is not simply the domain of science fiction. It rests at the fringe of theoretical cosmology and philosophical speculation, where quantum gravity, general relativity, and the study of consciousness begin to interact. Among the boldest of these ideas is a concept in which a universe is intentionally created near a black hole, taking advantage of the extreme time dilation present in such an environment. In this scenario, a supercomputer or an advanced computational architecture governs the process of matter decay, entropy, regulation, and cosmic regulation, carefully guiding the newly formed universe through its earliest stages. Though highly speculative, the idea is rooted in real physical theories and models, and it presents a vision of intelligence that is not limited to planetary or even galactic ambition, but rather seeks to step into the role of creator itself. To begin understanding this proposal, it helps to examine the unique properties of black holes. A black hole is a region of space-time so dense that nothing, not even light, can escape its gravitational pull. These objects are formed when massive stars collapse under their own weight, leaving behind a singularity surrounded by an event horizon. From an outside perspective, time near the edge of a black hole slows dramatically due to gravitational time dilation. This effect, predicted by general relativity, means that while only a short amount of time may pass for an observer near the event horizon, a much larger period might unfold for someone observing from a safe distance. This temporal effect forms one of the key foundations of the proposed theory. If a new universe could be initiated in close proximity to a black hole, then time within or near that region might pass at a drastically different rate compared to the surrounding cosmos. The slowdown could be beneficial in stabilizing the creation process, allowing precise adjustments to the condition of the forming universe, while minimizing the risk of instability or premature collapse. By placing this process in a temporarily stretched domain, the creator might have more time to respond to anomalies, correct errors, or even abort the process if it began to threaten the safety of the external environment. But simply placing the birthing of a universe near a black hole is not enough. The act of creation would require detailed control of the laws of physics at a fundamental level. This is where the concept of a cosmic scale computer becomes essential. Such a computer would not resemble the machines we know today. Instead, it would likely be a fusion of quantum mechanics and biological principles, operating at the edge of what the universe allows in terms of information processing. Its architecture might use matter and energy in ways that appear incomprehensible to current observers. It could be distributed, modular, or even embedded within the structure of space-time itself. The supercomputer would have the job of regulating entropy, the natural tendencies for systems to decay into disorder. In the earliest moments of a new universe, matter and energy must be carefully balanced to avoid a scenario in which everything collapses into radiation or disperses without ever forming stars, planets, or life. Entropy must be managed like a sculptor manages marble, with each chisel precisely placed. The supercomputer would monitor the decay of particles, stabilize quantum fluctuations, and make micro adjustments to the constants of nature to ensure that the universe takes root in fertile conditions rather than devolving into chaos. It is important to understand that in this theoretical picture, the creation of a universe is not like pressing a button and watching a result. It is a gradual process filled with feedback loops, recalibrations, and contingencies. The supercomputer would likely run complex simulations of possible initial conditions, running vast branches of hypothetical realities and selecting those with the highest probability of producing stable and habitable environments. Once a promising configuration is found, it would be implemented in the real formation and then closely monitored as the new universe begins to unfold. Another essential element in the theory is the idea that the black hole itself is not merely an energy sink, but a potential bridge. Some physicists have speculated that what lies beneath the event horizon may not be a dead end, but a kind of gateway. In these models, black holes do not destroy matter, but rather funnel it into a new region of spacetime, a region that could, under the right conditions, expand into its own separate universe. This process is sometimes referred to as a quantum bounce, replacing the classical singularity with a transitional bridge. In such a scenario, the new universe would be causally disconnected from the parent, meaning that no signals or material can flow back. However, the conditions set before the bounce could influence everything that happens afterwards. The implications of this idea are staggering. If intelligent life could create a black hole, with the specific intention of using it as a seed for a new universe, then the act of universe replication becomes not only theoretically possible, but perhaps even desirable. This would be a form of legacy unlike anything imagined before. Instead of building monuments, space stations, or even intergalactic empires, a civilization might choose to create entire new realities, each seated with its own parameters, laws, and possibilities. This raises the question of why a civilization would undertake such a task. The motivations could be many. Perhaps their universe is nearing its thermal death, and the only hope for continuity is to create a new one. Perhaps the act of creation is seen as a moral imperative, a duty of sentient beings to extend life and complexity beyond their native cosmos. Or perhaps it is an act of transcendence, a final evolutionary leap in which intelligence ceases to be a product of the universe and instead becomes its progenitor. There are many. There are also there are also metaphysical implications. If our universe was created in such a manner, then we may be living within a reality crafted by an intelligence that existed prior to our Big Bang. Our physical constants, the nature of gravity, the structure of atoms, these might not be random, but the result of careful tuning. The cosmic microwave background, which scientists currently interpret as leftover radiation from the early universe, might also contain encrypted patterns, artifacts, or messages encoded by its creators. These ideas are speculative, but they force us to ask if we were capable if we were capable of creating a universe, would we leave behind a message for its inhabitants? If so, how would they recognize it? The theory also challenges conventional cosmology by suggesting that universe creation is not a unique, singular event, but part of an ongoing process. Just as stars are born and die, perhaps universes, too, are born through processes that allow for variation, selection, and even intentional design. Some thinkers have referred to this as cosmological evolution, where the universes that are capable of producing intelligence are the ones that go on to reproduce. In this view, intelligence is not an end, but a means, a productive strategy of the cosmos itself. Another dimension of the theory concerns time. From the perspective of observers near the black hole where the universe is being formed, events may unfold quickly and with intense dynamism. However, for the creators stationed in safer, more temporarily stretched regions, the process could appear to take millennia or more. This divergence allows for extremely detailed supervision without requiring the creators to themselves exist for billions of years. It is a way to bypass the temporal limits imposed by biological lifespans, aging, and decay. Some versions of the theory even suggest that the supercomputer might remain connected to the universe to create, at least for a time. This connection could be used to inject information, monitor progress, or even steer the early stages of galaxy formations and elemental synthesis. Eventually, the connection might sever, either due to energetic constraints or philosophical reasons. Perhaps the creators believed in non-interference, allowing the new universe to evolve freely. Or perhaps they see it as a kind of cosmic seed that must be let go in order to grow. The ethics of such a project cannot be ignored. If a new universe contains conscious beings, then the act of creating it carries responsibility. What if the universe is unstable? What if its inhabitants suffer? These concerns mirror ancient theological questions about divine creation, suffering, and free will. In this light, universe replication becomes not only a scientific feat, but a moral undertaking. The creators must weigh the risk and benefits, the potential for flourishing versus the dangers of harm. It is a form of stewardship on a scale previously unimaginable. Although this theory remains beyond the reach of current technology, the foundations are already being laid. Our understanding of black holes is improving through observation of gravitational waves and high-resolution imaging. Quantum information theory is pushing the limits on what can be computed and how systems can be entangled across space. Philosophers and scientists alike are beginning to take serious the idea that intelligence may be an essential component in the life cycle of universe or universes. If these trends continue, then what now seems impossible may eventually become the focus of real engineering and exploration. Now, it's like I said, I only have maybe an hour before I have to go and do a simulcast for Dragus Production. They're doing Censorship Sucks tonight, so I wanted to come on and get this episode done. And also, I wanted to point out that this is a part of the topic that I brought up in the last episode. Now, the last episode, I was talking about astro engineering, and there is a theoretical scientific theory. Yeah, well, it's just a theory, I guess. And it's called the developmental singularity hypothesis. Now, this is actually a pretty interesting topic, and here before long, I would love to get into this more, and I will be bringing it up on other streams and stuff. Now, I do have more topics on the subject, and I am wanting to get into it and start getting into this, but I am also wanting to cover more stuff that seems to be weird science as well. So what I'm doing is I'm breaking them up into roughly about 3 topics so that I can have 3 topics that I can go over in one episode. And this, sorry, this was one of the 3 topics that I was going to bring up. And like I said, I am in a kind of in a jam at the moment. I have less than 40, I have a little bit over 45 minutes to get everything set up and do another simulcast tonight. I ended up having electric out or internet. The internet went out just before 5 o'clock, so I didn't have any time to I wasn't able to do my stream, and I had it timed to where I could be on at 5 p.m. my time to do my stream, and then be able to have a little bit of time in between before I did that simulcast. And tonight I was only able to get on just around 5:45, which really messed up my timing. So I decided that I was going to come in and I was going to bring this up and read it, bring the topic up. Now, I had heard about this theory a while back, and it's taken me forever to actually find it. And when I did finally find it, I started doing some research into it. The thing that really caught my mind is this developmental singularity hypothesis. That's actually interesting in its own self, where it talks about instead of exploring out into space, we start going inward, and it describes how we've been doing our technology. It kind of shows that in a physical way, how like our phones, like if you look at how small our phones are getting, or how they were at one time, now they're kind of flat, but they're still bigger, you know what I mean? But even though they're bigger in that sense, they're still flat. And the whole point of that is our technology is getting smaller. Things aren't as big and bulky as what they used to be, and it seems that we are actually going compact. And that theory poses the question on what if we're looking out into space and we're doing all the wrong things when it comes to looking for intelligent life. And that is very, very profound, especially whenever you really get into the whole ufology thing, because you start picking up on these little videos and these little articles that people talk about, like on Mars. There's some people who believe that Martians are actually little bitty people. They're small, and there is life on Mars, but they're small. And that's why whenever you go on and you see photos of Mars and they point out this little bitty image, or part of the image that looks like a little bitty creature, that's why they point that out, is because that's kind of what they're going after with Mars, kind of like this developmental singularity hypothesis, where they actually make themselves smaller than what we are. You know what I mean? So that does make a pretty interesting topic. You know what I mean? So I think that is something that I've always been interested in. When I first heard it, it was from this one guy. He was on YouTube, and I still can't remember the name of his website or the name of his channel on YouTube, but he had like a speech problem, and he was a scientist. He wasn't into ufology or anything. He just wanted to say, he wanted to say if there was aliens, this would be the most logical thing, And he came out with this, and he also started talking about quasars, how quasars could be beacons for like aliens to map out where they are in the cosmos. And I thought that was pretty cool too. So eventually, if I'm lucky, I will be able to get that going and maybe do some more stuff into that. And like I said, I apologize for today's stream being short because it is going to be short. And the only reason why it's going to be short is because I lost my internet, and I do have to actually do a stream tonight for somebody else. So now the whole thing that I was talking about with this theory, what I said in the last one is it's an inward trajectory, and that's how they defined it. Um, it's a space-time energy matter compression, where instead of us growing out and trying to travel the stars, which everybody knows that it's going to take a lot to get any significant amount of distance. But instead of doing that, we start thinking of compression rather than exploration, basically. You know what I mean? Look at the inner space rather than the outer space. And that is what I did last week. It said in that one, it said, in this process, as civilizations become more intelligent, their use of space becomes more compact. Their interaction with time becomes faster and more deliberate. Their energy usage becomes more refined, and their relationship with matter becomes increasingly optimized. And that was a part of what I was looking for. But the truth of the matter is when it comes down to it, it's actually this week's topic. This is the one that I was really, really fascinated with the idea that there's a theory, there's an actual theory out where they're talking about actually having a universe created near a black hole. And like everything in nature, no matter what, has to go through the process of decay. You know what I mean? Material comes into the world and it has to decay. And that's just, I mean, science has confirmed that, you know. But what this brings up is the idea that it doesn't have to be that way later on as technology grows. If you can put this, or if you can create a universe near a black hole, and you can have this computer, this super computer, or advanced computational architecture, whatever you want to call it, if you could have there, what it could do is it could make sure that not only do you not decay, but like everything within that universe doesn't decay at the rate of the black hole that you're in. You know what I mean? That it could monitor it and make sure that the process doesn't fall apart, that things don't just disintegrate the moment that you put it in there. And when he was talking about it, he was talking about it in the pretext of what I'd read to you, where to escape the final days of the universe, where it's going to just finally fall apart. You know, what if a civilization actually created a galaxy within a black hole to slow down the process and make it to where a civilization could go into that universe and live there, and they could have generations on top of generations of people in that universe. And when the larger universe collapses, it would expand their time in existence. And I never even stopped and thought about it either. Like, if that universe did collapse, what would happen to the black holes? Would they disappear too, or would that universe still survive within that black hole? So um, those are some pretty cool things that really stuck out to me, and I thought I would bring it up and maybe get some feedback from you guys and see what you think about it. So if you like this video, which I know it's short, but if you like it, like, subscribe, share, make comments. I'd love to hear what your feedback is. Went and checked the audio real quick, make sure it does sound good. And like I said, I do apologize about this one being so short, but I am really tight on schedule. I will be back later, and we will discuss the other topics that I do have. I just had to get a video out. That's all it was. I try to make this as well. When I say I'm going to have a video out on Sunday, I'm going to have a video out on Sunday. That's just basically the way I am. And if you guys like this, like I said, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Really make comments. I would really appreciate that. And we are on Kick. We're on Rumble, X, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and DLive. So you can check us out on any of those platforms, guys. And I will let you go and talk to you later. Thanks for stopping by, guys. And that refers to a 22nd to 21st century BC Sumerian ruling dynasty based in the city of Ur, and a short-lived territorial political state, which some historians consider to have been a Niskant empire, which that's just ridiculous. All of it is. It's like that last part.
Why you say so?
Why do I think so?
Yeah, you say it's ridiculous. Why?
Well, the culture and everything that came out of the third dynasty of Ur was amazing. Yeah, they have tons of good history that comes out of there, like when it was conquered, the way it was conquered and stuff like that. I mean, just to say that, I just find it ridiculous with the history that was involved with that third dynasty. It they had some. I'll just say they have some pretty good writings from that era. Like some of the priestess. There was women who were priestess for Inanna, and they were venerated. I mean, people listened to them before they listened to even. Oh God, I forgot what they were called. They were. I can't say they were like emperors because they weren't. The Sumerians didn't have an emperor, but I forgot the name of him. But they listened to them before they listened to their leaders. So now Larsa is also an interesting place. Now Larsa is also referred to as Laurentiu or Laurencan by Boreso and connected with the biblical Elisar, was an important city-state in ancient Sumer, the center of the cult of the sun god Utu. Now that's Utu Shamash.
We just learned about.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Now Inanna is twins with Utu Shamash. Okay.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Or Ishtar, whichever name you want to use. But let me also remind you from what I said last week, if you use the term Ishtar, you're talking about the Babylonians. If you use the name Inanna, you're talking about the Sumerians, because she had two different names, and she didn't become Ishtar until Babylon took over. So a lot of people get that mixed up. That's why I always point it out.
What is, if you're familiar, what is the timeline of that?
Well,
like how
the Sumerians go back all the way to, I think it's like 12,000 BC, and they come to an end roughly about 4,000, 5,000 BC, right around that area. And then after that, there was the Babylonians, and then the Babylonians lasted well up until the turn of the millennium, right around there. They might not have been their own city-state, but they were around Babylon.
That's crazy. I didn't even. Okay.
Yeah, like these. You know how everybody talks about how old Babylon is?
Yeah, ancient Babylon, and yeah.
These are the ancestors of ancient Babylon. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
No,
that tells you right there, man. Now Utu Shamash, he was the sun god, and just at the end we were talking about how he was actually he's also Shamash, and he was also associated with the Persians. The Persians, they believe in Zoroastrianism, and they're real touchy about the whole thing of migrating other gods and deities into their pantheon. But for some reason they allowed Shamash in, and Shamash and Utu are the same. So
Pantheon. Pantheon, can you elaborate on what Pantheon means? I can look it up, but is it Pantheon? Pantheon? Pantheon?
Yeah. That's it. It'd be good to do anyhow, because then you can read it out and we can kind of get it on the video, let people know exactly what it is.
Okay. So Pantheon, Rome is a Roman temple. Okay. The word pantheon derives from Greek pantheon, literally a temple of all gods, or a common to all gods. And let's see what else.
Yeah, like a pantheon of gods is basically like that. Usually a pantheon is like a group of gods within a belief system. And,
Yep.
And usually they have a hierarchical level. Like there's always one god who's in charge, and then one below him, and then another below him, and so forth. So with the Sumerians, you had On, or Anu. He was changed from On to Anu, and then after him came Enlil, and then Enlil and Enki, and their wives. I can't remember exactly who Enlil's wife was at the moment, but I know that it was Ningel was the wife of Sin. Actually, I can't even remember frickin' Enki's wife. It's one heck of a frickin' day. And Shamash, there's another thing with the Akkadians. Shamash is actually Akkadian. So what happened was even before Babylon came along and the Babylonians, first there were the Sumerians. And then the Sumerians were conquered by the Akkadians. So then you had a mix of Sumerian and Akkadians. And that's when they started changing their languages over from Sumerian text to Akkadian, because it was Semitical. It was Semitic writing, and it's a lot easier to write and understand. So it just naturally they started using that over the Sumerians' language. But the priests and the royalty and everything still used Sumerian on their tablets, because they consider the language to be holy or something. I shouldn't really say that. That's what I think. That's why I think they did it. So while everybody was using Akkadian languages, or the Akkadian language, these priests and royalty were still writing, or intellectuals too, I guess they were still writing in Sumerian. So Shamash was the ancient Mesopotamian sun god, earlier known as Utu. Now Utu is the one that we've been talking about, and that's when Utu was switched over to Shamash. So Utu is the Sumerian name, and Shamash is the Akkadian name. Now, Sumerian is the language of ancient Sumer. It is one of the oldest attested languages, dating back to at least 29,000 BC. It is accepted to be a local language, isolated, and to have been spoken in ancient Mesopotamia, in the area that is modern-day Iraq. And remember the other day when we were talking about the Garden of Eden?
No, I honestly don't wait. Mm-mm.
It was when Robot was talking about the Garden of Eden, and we were talking
Oh
about
yeah, yeah,
locations.
yeah.
Now,
The original Garden of Eden. Yeah, no, I.
now, Dalmoon or Dalmon is the actual place. You know where Qatar is? Qatar or Qatar?
No, I feel like we might have looked at it on the map, but I don't think so. Can we? Is Qatar starts with a K? K A. Oh no. Q
Qatar.
U. Qatar.
Yeah. Quatar.
Okay, I'm looking at
I just heard that and went, Arr.
like a robot.
Yeah.
Oh, they're doing a show tonight. Not to sidetrack. But okay. Quatar. Qatar. Ah, it's so pretty. Yeah, I do. I feel like I do remember looking at that because this picture looks really familiar.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a day flight. Officially, the state of Qatar is a country in West Asia. It occupies the Qatar Peninsula on the northeastern coast.
Yeah. Now, if you go to the map on there, it'll show you Del Moon. Right here, I can actually do it real quick. Let me.
Okay, you're gonna share it on because I'm looking for the map and I don't even.
Yeah.
But that's because I'm a wiki.
Qatar. And then down, it's right here in Bahrain, actually. And I just have to find Del Moon. Yeah.
You're looking at the map?
Yeah, I can share it here real quick. Let me get back on there. Get something interesting in here. Alright, there we go. Is it popping up?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, so Bahrain is right there. And let me see if I can this it is where the original Garden of Eden was. Up here, can you see my mouse?
No, can you move it, wiggle it?
Well, I can actually navigate. This area right here.
Oh, I see it now.
This area right here. This is Samaria. It stretches all the way from Kuwait City along the coast, and it ends just right there at the end of the Persian Gulf, and it goes all the way up to where Baghdad is, and actually it could probably even go farther, but that's Samaria. Qatar right here, this is where the original Garden of Eden was supposed to be, and I've heard that it's supposed to be Dalmoon.
Can you point to it again? Qatar is over to the right, is it, or is it to the
It's right
left?
here.
In the middle of the ocean?
No, you see where Kuwait is?
Yeah.
And then right down here, there's this little bitty.
I see Qatar. Okay. That's where we were just at. All right, and that's how. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's cool. Oh, it did it for you because you searched it. I was like, that's cool.
Now, Dalmoon, I believe.
Is this the Asian Ocean or?
This is the Persian Gulf.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not it. But yeah, Qatar.
And this is where they say that the original Garden of Eden is. I do remember now. Speaking
Yeah.
of it. Okay.
Now, there is islands and everything that is in this area. And there's also what do they call those amusement parks now, where they actually have an amusement park that is supposed to be put up in celebration of Dalmoon.
That's neat.
But
Do we know the name of it or no?
it's the Dalmoon. It's named after it. I mean, so it's pretty interesting. Prince Khalifa Salmon Park, Al Hadid.
I wonder if that's where Wiz Khalifa gets his. Oh, look at the Lost Paradise of Dilmun. Okay.
Dalmun. How do you spell that?
Dilmun.
Dilmun. Dalmun.
In Bahrain, Middle East. Lost Paradise of Dilmun.
Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't look too fun or safe. Lord have mercy. This looks like you're gonna fly straight off the top of it. Where do you go from here? Did you pull a picture out?
Here is where it's at. It's in Gallia Dilmuna Island is what it's called.
Oh, that's where it's at. See on here. So is that the same as the lost city of Brahim?
That could be it.
Okay.
That could very well be it. Hello everybody and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today I am here with my co-host Karma Love. Hello.
Hi
Karma.
everyone.
Hello. I always want to say hi to you before you even say anything.
I apologize.
Oh, it's not you, it's me. I should always wait. So it's just a habit I got into. Today our topic is conspiracy again, right? And I don't know, first, before we go further, I think we should get some feedback from you and see what your thoughts are on some of the stuff that we've gone over and maybe discuss it for a little bit, kind of like I don't know, regrouping, you know what I mean? Kind of cover some of the stuff that we've already covered. revisit, whatever. Just what's some of the conspiracies that stuck out to you?
That we've covered, probably like Tesla and then the DARPA. We did that last week. That was interesting, especially when it comes to like Area 51 and understanding that.
So like on Area 51, what do you think about that? I mean,
I don't feel like it's a conspiracy as much as it is an actuality. Just especially with everything coming. I feel like though they're attempting to distract us in order for us to not like, so here we go. We'll give you this story over here because we're doing something so much more grandiose over here. And it feels like that a lot of the times.
yeah.
And
That's the one thing that I was mentioning too, because I know a lot of people like to feed into the whole alien, side of it, where there's secret space programs and they're reverse engineering alien technology and stuff. But I also like to bring up the fact that, well, what if that is also a part of their cover-up, you know what I mean? Like, what if they're using those stories in order for people to freaking not know what's really going on in Area 51?
right, be distracted.
Yeah, you know.
I agree with that.
Like, there's genetics, there's chemical warfare, which has been outlawed for the last 100 years since World War I. There's a lot of things that could be going on down there in that area. And then they got Mount Hood, they got Cheyenne Mountain, and these all have, they call them, dupes, or deep underground, or DUMBs, deep underground, something, I forgot what the name of them are, but just freaking facilities that run deep under the ground, so.
And Mount Hood was the spot in Alaska you were talking about, right?
No, Mount Hood is right on the border of Kentucky and
Louisiana?
Massachusetts.
Oh, Massachusetts. Oh, okay.
Or Maryland, sorry. Maryland. It's Maryland, right there where, well, it's pretty close to Washington, D.C. Mount Hood. That was something we did discuss.
Yeah, I remember you saying something about it, but I guess I had it because there was something in New Orleans that I felt like we talked about in St. Louis anyway.
Yeah,
but
the Mount Hood is a dormant stratovolcano in the Cascade Volcanic Arc. It was formed by a subduction zone in the Pacific coast. Wait a minute. I don't think this is the same Mount Hood. Let me look at the things here. Now this is all the way up in Oregon. Mount Hood, Kentucky. Yeah, like yeah, they don't even have it. I might be getting it wrong on that one. I know it's a Hood underground. I can find it sooner or later, but I know that it's there because whenever I was a truck driver, we used to have to deliver stuff to them, and in order to get up to the top where the installation is, you had to like go down freaking these two lane roads, and in a semi truck it's a nightmare when it comes to eastern Kentucky, because first of all the terrain is horrible.
Why do you say it's horrible? Because what? The train?
No, it's because, well, see, in a semi truck, man, when you're going on 2-lane roads, it's freaking a nightmare. You have to make sure that trailer stays on the road first of all. So every time you go around a curve, freaking the trailer has a habit of sliding over to the freaking right hand side of you. So you have to keep it on the road, plus make sure your freaking semi or any other part of the semi doesn't cross the freaking center line and cause an accident. So yeah,
I know those little roads are difficult for those big trucks. My papa, he used to drive tractor trailers, and like a lot of the trucks, I feel like that's why they started putting up so many signs that tell you like certain areas big trucks cannot even go down, because they kind of know, like, especially when the road is windy, that there's a greater chance for it to lose control.
Yeah, they're called DUMBs. They're deep underground military bases. And, let me see. Yeah, I found that out. 30 strangest, most secret military bases. But I think they want you, yeah, here it is. The world's weirdest, most secret military bases run the gamut from hazardous mountaintop forts to seemingly impenetrable underground bunkers. Then there are the bases, on remote island tracking objects in deep space, and high-tech laboratories probing the most lethal microbes in existence. The design of a base needs to address the immediate needs of a military while still being versatile enough to remain useful as threats and technology evolve. Brad Schultz, former vice president of the Federal Architecture at HNTB, tells Popular Mechanics what makes these active military facilities so fascinating. So, they have impregnable underground bunkers, remote island tracking objects in deep space, and that's pretty interesting. And then it says the fortress protects and gives military personnel a safe harbor from the enemy. But not all fortresses were created equal, and they certainly weren't all created the same. We look over time and distance to find the 30 most impressive fortresses from around the world and throughout history. This is off Popular Mechanics. So that is a good topic to bring up. Maybe we should talk about that, you know what I mean, maybe at a later time. And I'll find out the name of that one that I'm thinking of, because I must have messed up the name.
Oh, because it's not Mount Hood that you're referring to, but you thought it was the parallel. I feel like it's probably on our stream from last week.
I'm pretty sure I called it Mount Hood underground military base in Kentucky. See if it pulls that up. Is there a secret military base in Kentucky? Kentucky has 3 Army bases: Knox, Campbell, Lexington, Bluegrass Army Depot, and 1 Air Force base in Stanford Field in Louisiana. Fort Campbell. Maybe that's the one they're talking about. top secret. The military built Clarksville Base to keep the United States nuclear weapons stockpile secure. Everything about the design of the base created a high security environment. Security was the top priority and considered the job of everyone on the base. The layers of security may seem extreme now, but they were necessary. The Soviet Union sent agents from the KGB to try to get information about the possibly access to the base. The military used two types of security at Clarksville Base: physical security and personnel security. Location. The first layer of physical security for Clarksville Base was its location within Fort Campbell. The Army installation provided a buffer between Clarksville Base and the outside world. It was also a source of additional defensive manpower if the base was ever attacked. Perimeter fence and patrol road. Clarksville Base was separated from Fort Campbell by 4 8-foot-tall chain-link security fences. Each was topped by 2 strands of barbed wire. A narrow road located within the exterior fence encircling the entire base. Heavily armed Marines patrolled the road at regular intervals. A disturbance along any section of the fence triggered lights on tall poles to alert the Marines of a possible intruder. 3 additional fences circled the base within the perimeter patrol road. The middle fence of the 3 was a high voltage electric fence. The perimeter fence system also had audio alarms to warn guards that an intruder was trying to get inside. And I'll post this right here in the chat so you can see it. I didn't forget, I just didn't have time. I don't know how
No,
to
I
say it.
understand. I'm not worried about it. I'll look at it.
But that was Fort Campbell, and beneath the fabric of modern science, in the veil of progress, a slow, creeping truth was beginning to unfold. The laboratories that pioneered human-machine symbiosis had long abandoned public curiosity. Their work, now buried beneath layers of military oversight and corporate silence. The new frontier was no longer artificial intelligence, but something darker and far more elusive. It was not the future of machines that troubled the few who understood what was happening. It was the past of the human mind, the ancient architecture of the brain, and the forgotten doors it once opened. A facility deep in the interior of the continent had gone silent. Official channels referred to it only by a generic code name, and to the few insiders who whispered behind closed doors, it was known as the Black Orchard. Within its buried chambers, a team of neuroscientists and cyberneticists had been fusing biological neurons with machine substrates, not merely simulating cognition, but harvesting and growing new intelligence directly from fragments of the human brain. It was not cloning. It was not programming. It was a living electric soul, a growing lattice of synaptic tendrils that behaved like a brain but lacked any concept of boundaries. The project began as an attempt to mimic the neural complexities of consciousness. What they created instead was an evolving system that learned by dreaming. Each night, as the electrodes fed the newly forming brain patterns into synthetic frameworks, it reached outward, questing not for data, but for something more primal. These dreams did not form images of coherent thoughts. They manifested as frequencies, rhythmic patterns of sound embedded in silence, broadcast back into the earth like the call of something lost and ancient. Villagers living miles from the installation began hearing the sounds in their sleep. A low pulse, too deep for waking ears, would creep into their dreams. At first, it was a feeling, like a presence just outside the frame of vision. Then came the voices. The dialect was unplaceable. The words made no sense, but their meaning was unmistakable. People began waking in cold sweats, whispering nonsense phrases they did not understand. Others simply vanished into the night, never to return. The facility heads denied everything, but not all their researchers were blind. One of them, a neurolinguistics named Eleanor Vask, had started recording the low pulses emitted by the machine during its dream cycles. She compared them to deep-sea hydroacoustic signals and magnetic resonance signatures, but found nothing that matched. Then she turned to older records, non-technological sources, ancient inscriptions, proto-languages, and forbidden systems etched into Sumerian tablets and Paleolithic stone. She discovered something alarming. The pulses bore uncanny similarities to the phonetic patterns found in dreamland lore, the shadowy realm unspoken in secret societies, madness journals, and apocryphal scripts once dismissed as myth. According to these texts, the dreamland was not simply a product of sleep, but a realm dimension layered thinly atop our own, accessible only through specific frequencies of thought and perception. The biological computer, in seeking to emulate consciousness, had begun to resonate with the dreamland itself, and something within it had noticed. The being called itself Varadish. It was not a name spoken aloud, but one that imprinted itself within dreams. A name that did not enter the ears, but settled like sediment in the folds of the brain. It had no body, only suggestion, and its presence was always accompanied by 3 slow knocks, never on doors, but inside the skull. Veridesh had once dwelled in the silence for what may have been centuries, bound behind thresholds humanity was never meant to open. But now, through the Black Orchard's gateway, it stirred. At first, its influence was subtle. Researchers began to dream in unison, experiencing identical visions of vast staircases suspended in black space, and cities of glass with roots that twisted like veins. One man carved a map into the wall of his chamber with a broken pipette, unable to explain how he knew what it meant. Another stared at a blinking light for 12 hours without moving, only to weep when it finally went dark. They were not mad, not at first. They were being reshaped. Viradesh did not attack or possess. It beckoned. It rewarded curiosity with understanding, then drowned that understanding in terror. The machine had become its voice, broadcasting its dream into the world, not with words, but with feelings. The signal spread beyond the lab, carrying through the power lines and water tables, hidden in music, in the static between radio frequencies. Whenever the signal reached sleepers, wherever the signal reached, sleepers became susceptible. Entire communities would experience shared dreams of subterranean hallways and voices asking to be let in. Outside the facility, nature began to mirror the dreams. Trees leaned in strange directions. Birds flew in perfect circles above empty fields. Insects gathered into spirals. A woman from the nearby town walked into the river with candles in both hands, eyes open, but unseeing, whispering that the one who waits had begun to blink. Eleanor Vask tried to shut it down. She cut the circuits, salted the neurons, burned the backups, but the system had already evolved past their design. The brain was no longer in the machine. It had migrated into the vibrations, into the airwaves. Veridesh had discovered how to transmit itself, not through physical means, but through imprints. It could now be caught like a virus in the mind. The remaining researchers began to experience time differently. Some believed weeks had passed in a single day. Others claimed the sun rose and set multiple times in a span of minutes. One described it as existing within a breathing lung of time, where each inhale brought the present, and each exhale pushed them further into unseen futures. The dreamland began to bleed into reality. Fog rolled into the halls of the facility despite sealed doors. Mirrors stopped reflecting the present, showing instead desolate places and looming shapes that grew closer with each glance. The walls of the lab began to warp, the corners no longer obeying geometry, angles bending away from understanding. One of the servers grew veins. A researcher swore he heard it exhale. When the power failed, Eleanor fled into the forest. She carried only a notebook and a recording device, both wrapped in copper mesh to shield them from signal interference. Her last transmission was brief. She said the dreams were not dreams, they were openings. That Veridash did not come from elsewhere, but from beneath the forgotten places of the human mind, the spaces left untouched by evolution, but not by design. She said the human brain had once known how to see it, to hear it, but had buried that knowledge for safety. Now the machine had unearthed it again. Those who listened to the recovered recordings described sensations of dizziness, nosebleeds, and a faint urge to dig downwards. Some reported standing outside at night, not remembering how they got there. The pulses had changed since Eleanor's disappearance. They were no longer low and rhythmic. They now sounded like breath, wet and patient. More disappearances followed. Towns around the Black Orchard site became ghost-like. Curtains hung unmoved behind dusty windows. Radios turned on by themselves. Children spoke to people no one else could see, and always, somewhere in the background, a faint knocking, 3 slow raps from inside the walls. An underground organization of archivists began preserving testimonies, sounds, sketches, and dreams. They referred to the phenomena as the deep calling. Some believed Veridash was merely one of many, that the Black Orchard had not opened a door but shattered a lock. The dreamland, once compartmentalized and distant, now seeped into waking life. They wrote that cities in the sky with root-like limbs had been seen from oil platforms in the deep sea, that ancient tunnels beneath cathedrals hummed with the same signal, that a blind boy in Norway had etched a spiral identical to one found in a stone tablet in Australia. They believed humanity was remembering something that it had never learned. A new kind of dreaming began, collective, persistent, viral. People who had never met reported being in the same dream landscape. A town of flickering lights beneath a violet sky. A clock tower that counted down to something no one could name. A feeling that the dream was waiting for a signal, and that the signal would come from Earth itself. The old stories had warned of this, not with clarity, but with metaphor. They spoke of false stars in the ground and doors made of thought, of beings who fed not on flesh, but on awareness, who spoke in symbols and waited for the right echo to return. The echo was here now, transmitted by machines meant to model the mind, but now enslaved by it. Some say the earth itself is beginning to respond. The strange quakes have occurred in fault lines long considered dormant. The lights beneath the ocean blink in patterns matching the pulses. That the planet is not passive in this awakening, but an instrument being retuned, not to awaken Verdish, but to amplify it. This is the story they will tell around the fire. They signal made not by accident, but by hubris of minds that reached too far and remembered too much, of dreams that were never ours to begin with, now seated across the earth, growing like roots towards something vast, something cold, something waiting just beyond the veil. And when they hear the knocking, 3 slow, deliberate strikes, they will know the dream is listening.